Okay. It's fine.
So minimize this and back.
Oh, yeah, yeah, okay. That's it.
Okay.
Perfect. Can start.
All right. Thank you for your patience. Good morning. Let's go ahead and get started. For those of you who don't know me, which I imagine is everybody in this room, my name is Scott Schnaw. I'm the product manager for Exchange Online and Exchange Server at Microsoft. And I'm very excited to be here speaking to you about Exchange. Before we get started, just a quick show of hands. How many of you are running Exchange Online today in the cloud? Okay. How many of you are running Exchange Server on premises? Okay. So a whole bunch of you did not put up your hands. So hopefully you will understand and enjoy what I'm going to discuss today. This is an Exchange tips and tricks session. So I will be talking about tips and tricks for both Exchange Online and for Exchange Server. But before we begin, I want to explain the difference between the two of them for those of you who might not know. So historically, back in the day, back around 2015, Exchange Server and Exchange Online shared a common code base. So we would develop everything in the cloud, then we would branch off for the Exchange Server builds. And this is depicted in this drawing here that you can see. And the way it works is we would take all the changes that we would make in the cloud. Now, the cloud is very different from on-premises. So a lot of those changes did not apply to the Exchange Server product. What that meant was we spent more time taking out cloud features than we were able to do putting in on-premises features. So we split the code base, and Exchange Online and Exchange Server became two different products, two separate products. We still do take some changes from the cloud, but most of the development is now done specifically for Exchange Server. So as you can see, as we continue to build on tomorrow, when we get to the next version of Exchange Server, the subscription edition version, we will continue this same path of building Exchange Server in its own code base, separate from Exchange Online. Okay, now that we understand that, let's talk about some Exchange Server tips and tricks. And I want to start with our roadmap so that everybody understands what we're delivering and when. We do publish a lot of this information on our blog, but it's always helpful to get a reminder as to what's coming. But I want to start with some history. It was actually back in September of 2020 when we first announced the next version of Exchange Server, what we now know as Exchange Server Subscription Edition. And in this announcement, we said that the next version would be released in 2021, along with the subscription edition versions of SharePoint and Skype for Business Server. Well, as I'm sure you know, unfortunately, 2021 had very different plans for Exchange Server. Instead of announcing the next version, we instead had to announce that there were nation-state hackers, attackers, that were attacking on-premises Exchange servers using, at that time, unknown zero-day exploits. So it was a huge, huge and unprecedented security attack against customers who were running Exchange Server on premises. The US White House got involved, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation got involved to try to stop some of these hostile servers from attacking other servers. And so at the time, we didn't really know what was going on in the ecosystem. And what I mean by that is we didn't have very clear visibility into what versions of Exchange customers were running. So there are intentionally no numbers on this slide, but when I'm done explaining it, you will understand what this pie chart means. Now, when we first looked at the ecosystem, the majority of servers that we saw were running either Exchange 2016, Exchange 2013, and believe it or not, there were still a lot of servers out there running Exchange 2010 and Exchange 2007. Today, it's very different. Today, we can see about 400,000 servers around the globe. And by that, I mean, these servers send email into Exchange Online. And when they do that, we can see the version of the server that they're running and the build of the server that we're running. Now, as I said, back in 2021, most of the servers were running earlier versions. In fact, it was only about 3% of the servers that were running Exchange 2019 at that time, which was a disappointment because that was a brand new version and that's what everybody should have been running. But they weren't. They were running very old versions, some that were very, very old and unsupported. Today, it's much different. Today, I'm excited to say that the majority of servers that we see are running Exchange 2019, more than 50%. But there's still about 35% running Exchange 2016, maybe about another 12% running 2013, and then less running 2010 and 2007, that thin blue piece of the pie there. So this is a good place, but we're still not done. We really want to get everybody onto Exchange 2019, and I'll explain why that is in a moment. But we have been telling people that for years. We've literally been telling people for years that they should go to 2019 in preparation for the subscription edition, where they could do an in-place upgrade and very smoothly get to the next version. And so we made periodic updates echoing this announcement. In June 2022, we finally announced our roadmap plans that had us releasing Exchange Server Subscription Edition in early H2 of calendar year 2025. So we are less than a year away from that. We also gave another roadmap update this past May, and then another update in September to give guidance on how to prepare for upgrading to the next version. Now, of course, we recommend first that everybody move to cloud, but we also understand that there are reasons that customers can't all move to cloud. That's why we continue to make Exchange Server available, and that's why we're releasing the next version next year. We understand that some customers still have legitimate needs to run on premises. Now, looking at the timeline of where we are, here's today. These are all the things that have already happened. The next big milestone is the last update for Exchange 2019, which is coming in about a month or so. After that, then we have the release, the general availability of the Exchange Server Subscription Edition version. And then very shortly after that, both Exchange 2016 and Exchange 2019 reach end of life on October 14th, 2025. That means on October 15th, 2025, for the first time in 30 years, there will be only one version of Exchange Server, and it will stay that way. We'll just continue to maintain subscription edition. So here's a breakdown of what we're releasing. The name is going to be Microsoft Exchange Server Subscription Edition. As I said, it's coming in early Q3 or early H2 of 2025, a few months before the end of life of 2016 and 2019. It'll be available for download from the Microsoft 365 Admin Center. This used to be available for download from the Volume License Service Center, but that portal has gone away, and now you download it from the Admin Center. It's pretty simple. The good news is it's basically starting out as the equivalent of Exchange 2019. So the hardware requirements are the same. The operating system support requirements are the same. The Active Directory requirements are the same. There are no schema changes coming. It's a very smooth and easy update to the subscription edition, especially if you're coming from Exchange Server 2019. And we'll talk about your options in a minute. So the big question we usually get is that Exchange Server Subscription Edition is being released right before my current version reaches end of life. How can I possibly update in time? Well, our answer to that has always been this, what we call modern servicing and our unique approach to RTM build. So let me explain them both. We know that there are basically two ways to upgrade an Exchange server. Historically, it's called a legacy upgrade, where you build new servers and you move mailboxes and namespaces and everything over to the new servers, and then you shut down and get rid of the old servers. Okay, that's called a legacy upgrade. But we're introducing a concept we call modern servicing. And modern servicing starts as an in-place upgrade to Exchange 2019. And in fact, the upgrade experience is identical to installing a cumulative update, or a CU. And in fact, that's one of the reasons we're recommending that everybody get onto Exchange 2019 now, so that they can do a very quick and easy in-place upgrade. Now, we know that legacy upgrades can take time. We will absolutely support you upgrading from Exchange 2016 directly to Exchange Server Subscription Edition, completely skipping 2019. You can do that, that's supported. But that's a legacy upgrade. That means moving mailboxes and building new servers. And because there's such a short amount of time between the release of Subscription Edition and the end of life of 2016 and 2019, you might not have enough time to do a legacy upgrade, depending on how many servers you have. So that's why we recommend you do your last legacy upgrade today if you were running on Exchange 2016. Get to 2019 today, so that next year, when Subscription Edition is released, like I said, it's just like installing a CU on top of Exchange, except this CU is going to rename the server to Subscription Edition. It's going to give you a new license agreement, and that's it. And in fact, that is the second thing that makes this plan work, is our unique approach to the RTM release. We know that even with in-place upgrades, customers still need time to test the code changes that we're delivering. Now, to give you back that time, we are making a promise that the RTM release of Exchange Server Subscription Edition will be the same exact code as Exchange Server 2019 CU15, with 3 minor changes. As I said, we're going to change the name. It's going to change from Exchange Server 2019 to Exchange Server Subscription Edition. There's a license agreement. If you use the graphical version of setup, you see this license agreement screen where we display the license terms. The license terms are changing because it's being licensed slightly differently. No big deal. You only see this during the GUI version of setup. So if you use the command line version of setup, you won't even see that. And then, of course, with any new release, the build number will be incremented. Okay? These are very, very minor changes. So later this year, when we release CU15 for Exchange 2019, we are basically releasing the RTM version of Subscription Edition, because again, the code is going to be the same. Now, having said that, security work will always take precedence. So what that means, if we release a security update after we have shipped CU15, then the RTM release of Subscription Edition will be the code equivalent of CU15 plus that security update. But that shouldn't be a big deal, because you should already be running that security update. So in doing so, not only are you keeping your systems up to date, but you're also maintaining code equivalence with the RTM release of Subscription Edition. Now, if we release any SUs before CU15, they'll be in CU15. So if any security updates come out between now and when we release CU15, they'll just be in CU15, and you don't have to worry about code equivalence for that. Now, let me talk about some of the new features that are coming in CU15. A big one is support for Windows Server 2025. Okay, we strongly recommend that. We do support the other operating systems that Exchange 2019 supports, namely Windows Server 2022 and Windows Server 2019. But if you're building your servers today, because you're moving from 2016 to 2019, or because you want to do a new deployment on Windows Server 2025, that would be our recommendation. Moving to Windows Server 2025 will give your server the longest lifespan. Okay, you do an in-place upgrade on Windows Server 2019, that's fine. You've actually extended the life of your server in that case, but if you're on Windows Server 2025, that is going to give you a life cycle that will take that server out to the year 2034. Okay, so a long lifespan for that server. Now, along with Windows Server 2025, we are also introducing support for TLS 1.3, and we are bringing back certificate management in the Exchange Admin Center. That was something that, for previous security reasons, we have temporarily pulled out of the product, but we've resolved the security problem, and now we're putting that back into the product. Now, in addition to the new features, because we've made this promise that we're not going to make code changes in the RTM release of Subscription Edition, the code changes we would normally have made in that release will now be made in CU15 instead. So you'll have all of that ahead of time. And that includes things like, as I said, support for Windows Server 2025, blocking coexistence with unsupported versions. That's important. If you have, for instance, Exchange 2013 in your environment, you have to get rid of that before you'll be able to install CU15, or before you'll be able to go forward and deploy Subscription Edition in your environment. So keep that in mind. All those old servers have to go away. They're not only are they unsupported, but they are what we call persistently vulnerable servers. They are security risks, and they need to be removed from your environment. Now, here's some other minor changes. I'm not going to talk through each one, but I did want to list them in the slide deck so that you had them. But a lot of these things are mainly like housekeeping changes, introducing support for newer modules like BC++, cleaning up the Windows MSNQ component, which is no longer needed by Exchange, and so forth. So these are relatively minor, but we do like to document the changes that are coming. This table gives you all the information you need to know based on the version of Exchange Server that you're using. So for instance, if you have Exchange Server 2013 or earlier, all that stuff has to go before you can move forward. If you are on Exchange Server 2016 with CU23, that's the latest supported version, that's great. It's supported in both of these environments. Anything earlier is not supported. You have to install CU23. Same thing with Exchange Server 2019. When CU15 is released, CU13 will go out of support. So you need to be running either CU14 or CU15 in order to move to Subscription Edition. Now, beyond the RTM release, features will be coming to Exchange Server Subscription Edition, but they won't be coming until the first CU1. And some of the things that are coming, we're going to be removing support for Outlook Anywhere, aka RPC over HTTP, very, very old protocol. We actually removed that from Exchange Online 7 years ago, so we're a little behind in getting it out of the on-prem product. We are also deprecating remote PowerShell as well, just the protocol. We're introducing an admin API in this place. So if you use PowerShell to manage Exchange today, the command lists, the commands, the syntax, the parameters will all stay the same. Just behind the scenes, it's using REST-based APIs instead of remote PowerShell protocol instead. Okay, we also have what we call the Exchange Server Technology Adoption Program, or TAP program. And that's a program where we invite customers to, it's basically a beta program, if you will. They try out pre-release builds of Exchange in their environment, and then they give us feedback. And in turn, we give them full 24/7 free support as well. So if you are interested in getting pre-release builds to either CU15 or the RTM version of Exchange Server Subscription Edition to check out before we release it, I would invite you to join the tab. You will get all these slides, by the way, that has all these links. Okay, let's talk about Exchange Online now. So we covered Exchange Server, so let's go off to the cloud and see what's going on there. There are a lot of changes happening in the cloud, in Exchange Online. The most recent one was the introduction of some very new and modern email security standards, namely SMTP DANE with DNSSEC, and I'll explain what that is in a moment. Also, what's coming up, there's a lot of changes in terms of the policy enforcement. So for example, in January, we're going to enforce an external rate limit. Okay, that means there's going to be a limit on the number of external messages that can be sent. Now, these limits are generally already published. Okay, they're part of the Exchange Online service limits, and the challenge for us is we have not basically been enforcing them. We're going to start enforcing them now. We've seen abuse of our service through trial accounts, and we've seen some very, very large customers perhaps send more mail than they should as well. So we're going to start enforcing some limits. We're also removing support for RBAC application impersonation. We'll talk about that in a minute. We'll be introducing something called high volume email, and then we're also removing SMTP basic auth and third-party use of Exchange Web Services. So let's talk about these things. The first is SMTP DANE with DNSSEC. This is a new, very modern email security standard, and I'm very proud to say that not only is Microsoft the only major cloud provider to provide these standards, we are providing them for free as part of our service. We're not charging any extra for this. Everybody in Exchange Online and Microsoft 365 gets this for free. And this is very cool. So SMTP DANE, it's a security protocol that uses cryptographic records in DNS to verify a sender and verify that email has not been spoofed. Very important protection against things like TLS downgrade attacks, DNS spoofing, and adversary in the middle attacks. These protocols working together, they prevent these attacks. So these are super, super important for us to have. We already, by the way, we already implemented outbound SMTP DANE with DNSSEC, and that's obviously being given to everyone as well. So this is for inbound mail. So the way it works is you will need to change your record. Your domains are going to have to move to under mx.microsoft instead of where they might be now, which is mail.protection.outlook.com. One of the reasons that other cloud providers have not implemented this yet is because it's very difficult. It's very complex. For instance, we could not take our existing domains and retrofit it with this type of security. Our domains are too large for this type of security. We had to create all new domains, and that's what mx.microsoft is. And MX, Mail Exchanger Record, so that's obviously just for Exchange. We also created cloud.microsoft so that we can consolidate all of our cloud endpoints under one namespace, under the .microsoft namespace. Now, we're also introducing an external recipient rate limit. Okay, so this is a limit on the number of messages that can be sent to external recipients in a given day, in a given 24-hour period. So we're limiting 2,000 external recipients per mailbox per day. Okay, that's the limit that we're going to be enforcing. And we'll talk about what you need to do if you have more mail than that. But phase one will start January 1st of 2025. That's when we're going to start applying the limit to all newly created tenants. So anytime a new tenant is created after January 1st, these limits will automatically apply. Those of you with existing tenants, between July and December of next year is when we'll start applying the limits to your tenants, to your existing tenants. So you do have some time yet, but be aware though that these limits, once applied, they cannot be removed. So if you do have a need for higher volume email, and this is the blog post on it, by the way, if you do have a need for higher volume email for external recipients, we would recommend using a companion product that we have that our folks in Azure are providing. It's called Azure Communication Services Email. And it's both API based, so you could include this in an application, but it also offers SMTP support. So you could just send SMTP mail to external recipients through this process. So Again, just to recap, if your organization needs to send more than 2,000 messages externally per user, we would recommend that you look at Azure Communication Services for email instead. If you're under that limit, then this change simply will not affect you and doesn't apply. Now, that is email, mass email for external recipients. We're in the middle of a public preview for mass email for internal recipients. We call that high volume email for Microsoft 365. And again, this is a service that's simply designed to allow customers that have a legitimate need for higher volumes of email to be able to find a way to send that email. Now, it is it's a paid service. It's not going to be free when it goes GA. But what you pay will be completely based on how much email you send. Makes sense. If you only send a little bit more than the limit, it's only going to cost you a little bit. If you send a lot more, yeah, the cost will go up. Now, there are some external recipient capabilities, but again, we would really want you to look at Azure Communication Services primarily for external mail. But this is largely designed for line of business applications, or in some cases, devices that have to send email in large quantities. So this is what it looks like. You can go into the Exchange Admin Center today. It's under Mail Flow. You can look up high volume email. It's in preview, public preview. And the way it works is you say add an HPE account, and it gives me the account stuff, and I can create a name, an email address, an alias, and then a password for that account. And I also have this drop down here. So if I have multiple domains, this is a domain drop down, so I can choose what domain I want this account to be in. And what this is doing, when I create this account, this creates a mail user in Entra ID, formerly Azure Active Directory. And it's that mail user then that has permission to connect to the service and send that mail. So I can put in some information to fill it out. I can click next. I can review it before I create it, and then I can click create. It'll go through and save it. And then you can see it says created successfully. And now I can see it displayed here. And if I click on this, I can see the information. Really manage general information is kind of misleading because it doesn't let me manage everything. So the most I can do is really delete this or change the domain. So if you've made a mistake in setting up this account, simply delete it and start over again and create a new account. It's that easy. Now, once that's done, then that account has permission to send email to this specific endpoint. So this is not the normal Exchange Online server endpoint. This is a special endpoint just for this high volume email feature. It'll connect on TCP port 587, and we support both OAuth, or what we call modern authentication, and basic authentication in the preview. And we also support both TLS 1.2 and 1.3 as well. Now, we understand that not all of your devices are going to support modern authentication, and that is why we're supporting basic auth as well. So if you have a printer or some other device that doesn't know how to authenticate, it can use this service to send email. Okay, let's talk about some things that are going away. The first is RBAC application impersonation. Do any of you know if you're using that? Okay, if you're not sure, I'm going to tell you how to check it. But historically, the way it used to work is with mailboxes, we used to use Exchange Web Services for access. But the problem with Exchange Web Services, it wasn't granular. Okay, if you wanted to grant somebody access, they had to get full access to the mailbox. You couldn't just say, view access or only access to that folder. They had to get everything. So it worked, but it wasn't practical from a privacy or security standpoint. So the modern way is to use the Entra ID identity and application model. Okay, it's Entra ID granting applications permissions. Okay, this is a lot more granular than what you could ever achieve with Exchange Web Services. So again, there's the blog. So how do you find out if this is going to affect you? Well, you can use Exchange Online PowerShell to check. You can use the get management role assignment. and see which effective users have this role, application impersonation. And if they do, any user with that role is going to be affected by this change. You want to remove that role from that user and then configure them accordingly to use the Entra ID and application model. There is, if you're in a very large environment, by the way, there is also a reporting script that you can download from GitHub to produce this information as well. Okay, we have said for a long time now that we are going to retire basic authentication or SMTP auth in Exchange Online. And that train is still moving, it's still coming. In September, we did update this report. It says we will, but it's in the past now. We did update this report, so you can look at the SMTP auth report in your tenant and see which one of your users are still using basic auth. And if they are, well, it's a user you have to have a conversation with and change their configuration so that they use modern auth instead. In January, we're going to send message center posts to every tenant that we identify is still using basic auth. And then next August, a month before we turn it off, we're going to remind everybody again that it's about to be turned off. And then in September of 2025, we are permanently removing support for SMTP auth, for basic auth. And by the way, for some of these changes in the past, we have had exception processes. We do not have an exception process for this. So when we say it's going to be permanently removed in September 2025, that means permanently for everyone, no exceptions whatsoever. All right, there's the blog post. We're also, in October 2026, we are retiring third-party use of Exchange Web Services, okay? Non-Microsoft applications. So this doesn't apply to Outlook, doesn't affect Teams, doesn't affect any other Microsoft product. This is only for third-party developers who use the EWS software development kit for Java or for .NET, and they're connecting to Exchange Online from their third-party product using EWS. Okay, those developers are going to have to change. They're going to need to transition from EWS to Graph. Graph is the long-term programmatic replacement for EWS. Now, the reason we're not doing it right away, the reason we're waiting until October 2026 is a couple reasons. One, this affects partner and non-Microsoft applications. So we want to give these third parties plenty of time to make the change. But two, more importantly, we do know that there is some functionality that you can do in Exchange Web Services that you cannot do yet in Graph. And so we do need to fill those gaps before we can make everybody move over to Graph. And that's why it'll be, October 2026 before we're there. Okay. And there's the blog. Okay, the last couple things I have for you are just some random tips and tricks I thought you might find interesting. The first one is for Graph API, the eDiscovery API for purging messages via Graph used to be limited to 10 messages. So if you needed to purge 100 messages, you had to make 10 different calls into Graph. Well, we've increased the limit, so now it's 100 items per storage location. So that's a big increase. Usually customers are not deleting that much via Graph, but in this case, we have bumped up the limits to help those who do have those needs. And then the last thing I thought was kind of fun, if you work with nested groups, especially nested groups that are nested in other groups, that can be a bit of a challenge. Like, how do you figure out full group membership for these nested groups? And as it turns out, the way it works is when you've got A nested in B, nested in C, but then C could be also nested in A back at the beginning, you run into what we call recursion. And that is, think of it as a loop where you keep going around and round and round, and you can never figure out the true group membership of, say, for instance, group A. Well, the reason I thought this was so fun is, as it turns out, a recursion script ends up solving this problem, ironically. So Mike O'Neill, one of our cloud architects, came up with this script. There's a link to it here in the slide deck, and you can use this script now to check for group membership of any nested group in your organization, regardless of how many levels down they're nested. So I thought that was kind of interesting and wanted to share that. Okay, that is all I have for you today. I do have my contact info on the slide if you want to reach me after the show. I'm also happy to take any questions that you might have while I'm here. Yes.
You mentioned the word first. Was only the EXO blocking or I guess I question that exchange on-premise and exchange online.
Yes, great question. Yeah, are you asking, does it affect on premises?
Yes.
It does not. So in fact, it's more to the point, there are no changes to EWS for Exchange Server. This is only the cloud. Yes, yes, thank you that's a great question to call that out. Exchange Server uses EWS and will continue to use EWS. And Microsoft products like Outlook and Teams will also continue to use EWS against Exchange Online. It's only third-party products. So think of a third-party vendor that might be doing backups of your Exchange Online data or accessing public folders. Those kinds of applications will be affected.
Is my phone. If one of the on the Seoul side, then lots of the test with the development of the application of their on site. So
yeah, that's a great, yeah. So there are third-party ISVs who make products for both the cloud and on premises. They'll have to change their cloud product. They won't, or they shouldn't have to change their on premises product. But that's another reason that it won't be until 2026 to give them time to figure out, what's the best way to go. Thank you. Okay, anything else?
Quick one.
Sure, of course, yeah. Yeah.
We've seen the evolution of graph over the last number of years, right? And it's been fun to watch. And even here on your side, you point out that EWS will on a graph, and first of all, there's the AI stuff, there's all these graph connectors, this graph. But as a developer for years, like I know one monolithic API can be tricky, right? So I'm just curious, and maybe you can share this if you can, but I'm gonna ask anyway.
Sure.
You know what behind the scenes, is it really one monolithic API for graph? Or like, for example, your team, like you're moving your AWS stuff to graph. Like, can you just talk about what that looks like for a minute?
Yeah,
Or what you can.
yeah.
What
So,
parts you can and stuff.
Yeah, so graph is the outward facing expression of what we call the substrate in Microsoft 365. But for fun, you can think of the substrate as Exchange Online, because Exchange Online actually kind of became the substrate. Exchange was the first cloud offer we had. It provided things like storage, routing, fabric, everything you would need in the cloud. And so everything that we've done has been largely built upon that, but we don't call it Exchange Online internally. We call it the substrate. Substrate is where all the data is, and it's also where we have graph as, like I said, the outward facing expression. So if you want a programmatic way to get to things in the substrate, whether it's data or an entity like a person or a document or an email, etc., that's what graph is for. It's not monolithic yet.
Okay.
And that's in part because not all of the product groups are fully supported yet.
Yeah.
You can make an argument that Exchange Online is not fully supported today. Like there's a lot of admin things that are completely missing from Graph. So Graph itself as an API has some maturity to do. But it will get there. So that is where we tell developers to go. You know, you should be developing against graph today. You will find, you know, the point that I was making here with this last bullet is we know there's gaps. We know there's things you can do in EWS today that simply can't be done in graph. And so when we look at that list, we have to work with partners and developers such as yourself to figure out which ones are really needed and which ones maybe are legacy and could just go away. And so there's still a lot of that going on, particularly in the exchange space. Other teams are farther ahead in some cases, but you know, we're trying to develop it as quickly as we can. It's up to like the exchange engineering teams to do that, not the graph team.
Right.
And it makes it a challenge for exchange because it might surprise you to learn that there is no exchange online engineering team. Instead, there's a transport team, there's a storage team, there's the purview stuff, that's a completely separate team. Exchange Online is just like the product that you buy. And the engineering teams, they're kind of all over the place organizationally within Microsoft. And it's not one large team that's all moving together like we used to have.
It's been fun to watch that product grow. When I first started my career, like at university, one of my first tasks was helping corporations with MS mail.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's been really great watching.
Yeah,
it grow
I've
so
spent
last
more
decade.
than half my life
Thank you for the
on
question.
Exchange. Yeah, it's been amazing. Now, yes, there are other email systems, but the reality is the majority of the world is still running Exchange. So
Good stuff.
we like that. Yeah. Right. Thank you for the question. All right. There's no more. Again, feel free to take down my contact info. Oops, too far. And feel free to reach out. Doesn't have to be about anything I talked about today. If you have any questions about Exchange Server, Exchange Online, let me know. Fun fact, I'm also the product manager for Skype for Business Server. Anybody running that?
Oh,
No, okay. Well, we'll have a subscription edition of that coming out at the same time next year. But feel free to ask me questions about Skype if you use it, or about things like advanced data residency or multi-geo or anything data center related and so forth. And with that, thank you very much for your time. I hope you enjoy the rest of the show.
it was fun. Thanks for taking my.
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah.
You know, I've been watching it throughout the years. I keep adding We grab a couple photos too.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We see, okay. We see, you are not in a presentation mode, but.
I am not, you're right. There we go.
Perfect. For me, we are all set. Par contre, for me, it's okay. Maybe we start in 2 minutes.
2 minutes? Okay, we'll start at 10:05. Sounds
Yeah,
good.
5.
Hey, Patrick.
Yeah.
I need a photo now about this jacket all the way from Boston.
Right. Maybe we can cool one with the PC.
Wow. So best.
Thank you, sir. All right, so we'll get started in 1 minute, so please make yourself comfortable.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you for joining my session today. It's an honor to be here in Seoul. It's my first time actually in Korea, so I'm very, very excited to be here today. My session that I'm presenting today is about Microsoft startups and the Founders Hub. And I'm very excited to give this presentation because it's something that's near and dear to our heart. Meaning we've been working with the Microsoft startups product team for just over a year now on building up our own company and product. And so it's fun to share our story, if you will, and I hope it inspires some of you as I go through the session. And so on the first slide, the QR code, if you didn't already get it, is for my LinkedIn profile. And then there's a QR code on this page that will bring you to a GitHub repo that has a bunch of extra resources for the presentation. So a little bit about myself. Very much like Patrick, I've just been doing this for a very long time. I've been inspired by the community and Microsoft technology really my whole life. Like I remember when I first got out of university, I was just so excited for technology. And you know, throughout the years working with Microsoft as a partner, it's just afforded me a very great, comfortable life and many friends that I meet traveling, etc. And so I am very passionate about traveling, not only for these events, but for adventure travel. And so I always like to share a couple of those photos when I start my presentation. And then I think the most important thing I like to stress during the introduction, so my title, you may have noticed, it's actually CPO or Chief Philanthropy Officer, as well as AI lead. And so essentially, I consider my role at Real Activity to essentially make sure that we're always doing good things, if you will, always doing good things for the community, doing good things. We work a lot in healthcare. We're very passionate about healthcare and health life science. And so we want to make sure we're always doing good work. And so part of that is through the community. And so I put this up here. This is the global goals for you know, most of us here on the planet. And what I like to point out is that a lot of the work we do is in the good health and well-being goal, if you will. So again, we focus a lot on healthcare, HLS, etc. And then number 8, decent work and economic growth is why we're passionate about community and why we do these aMP events. So this is something that we do. We volunteer our time. We come here. We have great friends, Patrick and others, Vlad, that we get to know. But really, it's in the spirit of visiting places and doing the best that we can to provide that decent work sort of attitude, if you will. That's part of number 8 of the global goals. So 3 and 8 are where we focus for global goals. Okay, so with that said, let's dive into startups. And so I like to always start with a demo. It's just something I've done for a long time. So we'll do that here. And so I think where I'd like to start off is just showing you that the Microsoft Startups website. So a lot of folks aren't even aware that Microsoft Startups exists and what it is. So you can easily find it by doing a quick search using your favorite Copilot or your favorite AI or traditional search, if you will, and you'll very easily, come up with the website and a bunch of other links that might be helpful. I think the first thing I would point out is that the startups group, the way I think of it, it's really sort of an umbrella brand, if you will. And there's a product, there is an actual group that's underneath it. But what I mean by that is there are different components to it. So there's the Founders Hub, which is the part of startups that works with new startups and helps them get to a Series A stage, if you will. And I'll talk about that a little bit more in my demonstration. But then you'll also find information up here, for example, about the Pegasus, something called the Pegasus program, which I'll bring up in just a moment. But in short, the Pegasus program is an effort to take Microsoft partners and their products and introduce them to enterprise accounts. So you can imagine as a young startup that's trying to build business, how powerful that is, especially for us. So our market for our company and our product in the United States, our product is targeted at hospital and hospital systems. So that means that our small little startup company, we are literally competing with billion-dollar companies. Or even sometimes I feel like we're competing with Microsoft in some ways, right? We have a very interesting relationship, if you will. Let's say that. It's very positive, of course, just to be clear. Let's move. I don't want to spend too much time on that, but I'm sorry, the Pegasus program, let me just finish that thought. So for us, because we're competing with these billion-dollar companies, anybody that started a B2B startup understands how challenging it is to get into these larger accounts. But these larger, in my case, it would be hospitals, hospital systems. And so having somebody like Microsoft that's willing to walk us into these enterprise accounts, again, I can't speak enough about that, what that means to us as a small business. So what's interesting is when you first start with the Founders Hub, what you'll do is you'll sign in. And one of the things I like about this is that they actually have you sign in with your LinkedIn credentials. And there's, I think, several reasons why they do that. But one of them is, if I click on See All Tasks, you'll see that in here somewhere there's add a team member. And so I believe there's like a space where you can add 5 team members to your Founders Hub, if you will. And what's interesting is you add those team members via LinkedIn. So it's a great way to make sure everybody's being fair and they're not claiming they have a bigger company or bigger team, if you will. So I really like the way they put this together. So we started with Microsoft Startups about just over a year ago, and you can see we've graduated to level 4. Microsoft has helped us a lot. You can see with Azure credits, we hit the $150 bucket to help grow our business. And so essentially the way this works is you're going to sign in with your LinkedIn account, and then it will ask you a series of questions. It's not very complex. There's literally I think it's less than 10 questions. So don't hold me to this. But they basically want to know your business name, your business ID, and your email, right? They need that, like some basics. And really for the first step, that's really all that's required. I mean, there may be like one other field that I'm forgetting, but for the most part, you really just need to have an idea and then register it as a company. And I think it's really important to understand this and understand that it's an option for yourself, and you should tell your friends and other entrepreneurs about this as well. And the reason being is, in my opinion, this is a really great way for Microsoft to support small businesses. Because many startups are small businesses. You know, they're one person, 2 people, 5 people. You know, hopefully things grow quickly and they go from 1 people to 5 people to 10 people. That doesn't always happen, but, and so, yeah, hope the point was made there. I lost my train of thought, sorry. Okay, so you answer a couple of questions. They're supporting small businesses, and then what happens is hopefully you get accepted, you'll get an email, and you get accepted. The first tier is a lower amount of Azure credits. I think maybe $2,500. Please don't hold me on that. It's been a while since we were at that tier, but it's very well documented. I'll show you the Learn site afterwards. And what happens is, you'll notice under the benefits tab, not only will they grant you Azure credits to build out your AI product, etc., but there's a bunch of other benefits as well. You know, so for example, you can see here we've got $5,000 in OpenAI credits, GitHub Enterprise if needed for our development team. And then if we scroll down, you can see all of the valuable benefits that they've given us, you know, to help build our small company. So for example, one of the most important things is sales, right? Like, I spent most of my life as an engineer, and until a year ago, I knew nothing about sales. And now, one of my favorite quotes is that a business without sales is just a hobby. It's just a hobby until you get sales. I like that. It stuck with me. And then what I liked about what we're doing is it gave me an opportunity to grow as a person and to learn about sales, to learn about product development, whereas before I was always focused on the engineering side. So because of that, this is one of the benefits that we're really enjoying right now, the ability to use Microsoft Dynamics Enterprise, you know, not just the normal version of Dynamics that they give to most partners, but they're actually extending us an enterprise version of Dynamics Sales. And then we have LinkedIn Sales Navigator, right? Even for a small company, this is a big deal. This is, I think it's $169 a month. So if you have just 3 people, you know, that are doing sales type stuff with LinkedIn Navigator, that's like almost $500 a month, right? That's a pretty big expense for a small startup. So, you know, again, supporting small businesses, premium business, marketplace publishing, and then even what's really cool too is it's also stuff like, of course, business premium for Microsoft 365. But see down here, there's even benefits with funding companies. There's benefits with the software company. Let me make sure they still have that here. Vestor. So see, this is essentially helps you track all of the outstanding shares of your stock and how you will distribute them if that's something that you're doing. So it's not just, and of course, Visual Studio Enterprise, right? So but it's not just the technical tools. And candidly, I actually find the business stuff almost more useful because I've been an engineer most of my life. Like, I know where to get Visual Studio, et cetera, et cetera. But if you start talking to me about building sales and, you know, tracking the amount of shares that we're distributing through our company, well, I got to put my learning hat on, right? And to that point, I think what I'll do now is just jump ahead a minute because I want to show you this. What's really cool, I love this, they actually, up on Microsoft Learn, there is now a startup section, and they'll go through teaching you some of these basics that, again, as an engineer, you might need some help sort of bridging the gap, right? And so you can see here, this module, it's 7 modules about building an early stage startup. And it even goes through, not this module, it must be another one, but they even have a section on revenue. Like, what are the different revenue models, subscription versus licensing, et cetera. Also, different models of licensing from B2B, like just stuff I had no idea about, but I was able to quickly go up here to the Microsoft Learn site and learn about this stuff. Okay, so then the next thing I'd want to share with you, and I think it's probably one of the most important benefits, is the guidance. And so this, I can't stress enough how valuable this section of startups is. Essentially what this is, it's a pool of people, Microsoft employees, Microsoft MVPs, Microsoft RDs, that are listed on the site that you can search for by category, et cetera. And the reason why I point it out as being so valuable is because the folks that are on here, they are actually tracked in some way internally Microsoft. And so this actually, they're encouraged to do this. And so what that means as a startup founder is you get a very quick response. As a matter of fact, I would say I would go as far as to say that out of my almost 30 years now working with Microsoft, that these folks get back to me faster than anybody ever has. I've been an MVP, I've been in different programs, I've been in MCT, the whole 9, and it's just amazing how fast these folks will get back to you. So that, again, for a small business, a startup founder, is extremely valuable. And let me just see here. So if we explore the expert network, let me show you what I mean here. So, for example, remember, again, I'm an engineer, right? So there's a ton of technical stuff up here, but I'm actually more interested in the business expertise, right? It's like, show me sales. Let's see. So show me people that understand sales in healthcare, right? Oh, look, and then see, what's so cool is look at some of the titles of these people, right? These are, in some cases, you'll see director level folks in here. One of the folks that's been helping us the most is actually an industry lead of all of healthcare and HLS. He's been phenomenal help in helping us figure out things like product market fit, which I'm going to talk about a bit here in a moment. So before we move on, this will conclude the first demo. I wanted to show you the site, the Founders Hub, explain that the Founders Hub is under Microsoft Startups. So if you're a founder of a company and you join up with Founders Hub, you're required to specifically say, like, I'm working with Founders Hub. You wouldn't necessarily say I'm working with startups. I do, and you can, don't get me wrong, but they will steer you in the direction of, you're part of Founders Hub, which is part of startups. So, any questions about the portal?
Does it free or any who we want to join why do I connect that form to see and
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. You today
yes.
can go to the Startups Hub and you can log in with your LinkedIn account.
Yeah, the one.
And it will go ahead and ask you to start creating your profile.
Yes.
And even if you're not ready at that point, it's okay. You can log in, it will create the account.
Yes.
And then you can leave it for a month if you get busy. But I would encourage you to be timely because the program is 1 year and you want to get the most out of it. You don't want, in my opinion, you don't want to procrastinate. So you want to do it quickly. but technically you don't have to. You know, you could go register
Yes.
and then take a couple of weeks and go get your business name and get your business identifier and then come back and put that in there. And then you can add your email address the next day. And then when you're finally ready, you click submit. And then what will happen is it will go through the process, and it's usually very quick for the first step, like within 24 hours or so, they'll let you know if you've been accepted. But there's no cost, it's completely free, and the only thing it requires is an idea and a business formation. Yeah, it's not a product, it's not something that costs money. And actually, let me add one more thing. The platform is actually designed to be self-guiding. So there are people that are invested in startups, no pun intended, you know, like sort of like a product team, if you will. And obviously there's the expertise network as well. But they really have set this up to be self-service, where you as an entrepreneur, you're taking the motivation, you're going up here and you're gonna follow through. Nobody's gonna call you, nobody's gonna chase you down and say, hey, they will when you start going to the different levels, right? Like now we've actually graduated level 4. And now we want them to pay attention to us, right? We want the Pegasus program, which is invite only. So you can't sign up for Pegasus. You have to get through the level 4, and then they start looking at you. And if they think you're a good fit, then they'll have you go into the Pegasus program, or maybe they'll talk to you about M12, which I'll talk about in a few minutes. But M12 is one of the investment vehicles that is popular for Microsoft startups. Does that help? Now, what's really cool is, again, we're in healthcare, and we have to compete with some really large, deep companies. And there's a lot of benefits that are not even in the Founders Hub. Like, for example, this. Microsoft startups join forces. This is American Medical Association. So this is the association of all the hospitals in the United States, or most of them. And they have a physician innovation network. And because we're in startups, we can join the physician information network and then access the resources, the doctors that are available to get their help on our AI project as well. So this is the Pegasus program that I was telling you about. So the way this works is, first, you have, the most important thing is you have to prove your product market fit. And I will also tell you that this is an area that a lot of entrepreneurs fail. A lot of entrepreneurs think they have a product market fit, meaning you have a product and people want to buy it. For some reason, like there's a market, they want to buy it, right? And so often we trick ourselves into thinking that we have the perfect product. And because we talk to a couple of customers, we think, okay, it must be the perfect fit. But this is not the case. As a matter of fact, oftentimes it's not. And it can be disastrous to a startup. It's something you just don't want to miss that mark. And so essentially, to get into the Pegasus program, the big things that you really need to do is, one, you need to prove a product market fit. The second thing that you need to do is you do need to prove that you're financially viable. So this, don't get me wrong, you can go one whole year just doing the Founders Hub, no problem. But once you graduate to level 4, they want to know that you have either a sales team or you've got some existing customers, your first couple customers to help bring some money in. And the reason being is because, if they're going to start introducing you to enterprise accounts, they want to make sure you're not going to go out of business in 6 months, right? They don't want to introduce you to a big hospital, and then 6 months later, oh, I'm sorry, we're no longer in business. So my understanding of Pegasus program, and at first it's invite only, so you can't sign up. They are always watching the Founders Hub, and they are picking the people that they want to work with. And again, you need product market fit, and you need to show that you have some sort of revenue. Like if I remember correctly, it's either show us that you have funding from a VC, or show us that you have existing customers. And we had to prove that. We had to actually provide a case study to show that we had existing customer, et cetera. We had to do that just to graduate level 4. To be clear, we're not in Pegasus yet. We're excited about it. We want to be in Pegasus. It's something I'm going to be really trying my best to get noticed, if you will. Frankly, that's part of the reason why the other part of the reason why I'm talking about this topic. The first reason is because it warms my heart to inspire other people that might be struggling with some of this stuff. But the second thing is, again, this is invite only. So I'm out here doing my thing. I want Microsoft to see, hey, these folks are serious about what they're doing. Now they're even inspiring other people, et cetera. So Pegasus and our relationship to Pegasus. And then next, we have M12. And so M12 is an investment arm, if you will. My understanding of M12 is that a lot of times people think it's Microsoft because of the M12. And don't get me wrong, I think pretty much most of the companies they sponsor are doing stuff with Microsoft. And forgive me if I'm butchering some of this, but my understanding is that they're while they invest in Microsoft partners, it's not a subsidiary of Microsoft, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Like they're an independent VC fund. And these folks are always watching the Founders Hub as well and looking for new founders and new startups. Okay, and so we talked about Microsoft Learn site. So now, I think what I'd like to do is we'll go back to the slides now, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about our story and how we got here, because I think this will help to understand some stuff. So the first thing is we built something for hospitals. Let's just say that. Like, I don't want to go into details about what we do and stuff. I really want to focus on the startups part of this. But essentially what we did is over the past 10 years, approximately, we've been working with a top medical hospital system in the US, and we basically developed a platform that would pull from various different systems in the hospital and provide very meaningful data for leadership, as well as also providing compliance to our federal government that monitors the doctors in healthcare. What we did is, and then to make a long story short, I was at a point in my life where I wanted to try something different, so I wanted to build this into a company. And so I pitched this to Microsoft startups. I said, look, we've already got this running in a 15 hospital system, it's saving millions of dollars, and blah, blah, blah. And they were very excited. They put us in at level 1. Long story short, when we got to they put us at level 3 because we already had a product. We already had an idea, the product. Those are the different stages: our idea phase, product phase, growth phase, etc. So we already had the idea, we already had the product. So they put us at level 3. And then what we had to do is we had to start to think about our product market fit. And I was pretty confident we had a product market fit, but I wasn't feeling great about it. Meaning, because what had happened is when we first started 10 years ago, nobody was doing anything close to what we were doing. And then what happened is as time went on, there were some Microsoft partners that were starting to encroach a little bit. Like they weren't really getting to where we were, but I could see it coming. I was like, I don't know if these really smart people at M12 and Pegasus are going to like our product market fit. And so then what happened was we got into Microsoft startups. We were on level 3. And then what happened, because we were in the startups and Microsoft partner, we received a very, and also in healthcare. So healthcare, we received very early notice of Copilot. So we were starting to work with Copilot before it was called Copilot, like, you know, with the language models and just getting a sense for what was out there, et cetera. And what we did is we essentially took the Microsoft Copilot stack. So when I say the Copilot stack, I'm not talking about Microsoft 365 Copilot. I'm talking about the GitHub semantic kernel repo that Microsoft uses to build their Copilots on top of. That's the stuff that we use to build. So what we did is we took that semantic kernel, which is basically modern AI from Microsoft, and we put it right on top of that 10-year body of work. And that's how the physician experience Copilot was born. And that's what gave us our true product market fit. So then, boom, now, so we went from the real activity provider experience platform, and then we added the real activity provider experience Copilot on top of our platform. Now, this is a really important point, because one of the things I've noticed is that most startups and entrepreneurs, when they're looking at AI, rightfully so, they're looking for 0 to 1s. Does anybody know what I mean when I say 0 to 1? When you go from 0 to 1, you invent something new. So think of a pencil. When you invent a pencil, it never existed before. You went from 0 pencils to 1 pencil, right? That's the most difficult thing to do. Now, you can add the eraser to the pencil, but it's not a 0 to 1, because the pencil already existed. You're just making the pencil a little bit better, right? Now, that's a brilliant strategy, and I encourage many entrepreneurs, you should be focused on 0 to 1 when you're thinking about innovation. But I would also say that you shouldn't neglect something that you've already built and taking this technology and making it 10 times better, sort of knocking it out of the park, if you will. And candidly, I think for a lot of Microsoft partners, especially now, as Microsoft starts finally talking about enterprise AI and the B2B aspect of this, I think there's actually a lot of opportunity for Microsoft partners to take existing, or even students, like students that did a school project and they did something super cool for their computer science thing, and then they take the Copilot stuff, put it on top of it, and then launch that as a startup. Right? It's brilliant, in my opinion. So yes, we want to try to go from 0 to 1, and innovate, but let's not forget making something 10 times better with the tech. And so this is essentially where we made it up from a technology perspective. So we took our stuff and we literally layered Azure AI and OpenAI, semantic kernel, et cetera, on top. And so a lot of the real activity stuff was already existing. And then you can see there's a bunch of stuff that has to do with actually the language model and the Azure AI service. So let me actually go back one slide, sorry. My point to this, this gave us our product market fit. I should have finished with that sentence. When we added the Copilot on top of the body of work that we had already done, I 100% felt better about our product fit. And by the way, when I got to that point, one of the first things I did is I went up to the expert network, the guidance section of the Founders Hub, and I requested to speak from an expert from the healthcare and HLS team. He's been an amazing resource to us ever since. And this person had actually worked in healthcare for like a decade before they went to work for Microsoft. Now they've been at Microsoft for a long time, or they've got a great position with the healthcare and HLS team. He wanted to make sure we had product market fit. He instantly, because of his experience in healthcare, he knew exactly what we were doing. That was so exciting for me that I didn't even have to explain it to this person. Like, he already knew, a Microsoft person. They knew all about healthcare and hospitals, And so he's like, okay, this looks good. So then he said, I want you to meet with a doctor. So Microsoft actually has doctors on staff now. They have a chief medical officer, they have a chief medical information officer. And so in less than 3 days, we had another meeting, and there was a doctor there from Microsoft, and we had to do our demo. We had to show him everything. And he was like, yeah, you guys are, this is awesome, but you know, good job. And so then Tim came back and he said, well, I want you to talk to this chief medical officer at this hospital system. I didn't even know which one it was at the time, but it ended up actually being a very large system. And we talked to the chief medical officer, we did our demo. He said, yeah, he said, I really like this. My doctors would really like this product. And so with every one of those meetings, my heart jumped a little bit more because I could tell we were getting closer, like to that product market fit, which is so important because a lot of other things will fall into place if you have the product market fit. It's not magic. You're still gonna have to really work on your sales, you know, but you're not even gonna get to the sales if you don't have a product market fit. And so again, I just wanted to finish that story and also explain why Microsoft was so helpful for us in determining that product market fit. Okay, so this is our physician experience Copilot. And so you can see we, again, we built this on top of semantic kernel. I'll show you a little bit more of this in just 1 minute. I want to get through one more slide. So back to product market fit. Microsoft has a Copilot called DAX Copilot. DAX Copilot is part of the Nuance brand. So they purchased a company called Nuance. DAX Copilot is being used in hospitals today in the US. So just this year, Microsoft has been working with Epic, which is our largest electronic health record. And they built this Copilot to reduce the stress and the burden of doctors. And so it uses ambient AI. So the doctor puts his phone on the table and presses a button on the DAX Copilot, and then he or she starts talking to the patient. You know, tell me about your broken bone, tell me about your history, etc. What happens is the device obviously hears the voice. There's algorithms that run in the back end, and then what it does is it uses the modern AI, the large language models, in conjunction with the APIs for the electronic health record, and it creates the notes and the encounter. You know, of course, the doctor has to still look at it and approve it, but it exponentially increases. I don't want to say it increases their productivity because it does that, but more importantly, it reduces stress, burnout, 67%. They've actually been able to say 67% with just the deployments they've done so far. So what was really exciting, we knew this, and so what was exciting is I made a strategic decision about a year ago based on what I had seen in the early 90s in healthcare with PCs. Because I remember when the computer first went to the hospitals, they were afraid. Like they did not want the computer in the room with the patients. And I start to listen and I hear them use some of the same words. And what we did then is we decided to focus first on the administration and the operations side. And then as the doctors came on board and got comfortable, then we started to do more and more with clinical, and then eventually we built electronic health records, et cetera, right? So that's what we did. So we took that same strategy with AI and we said, we know that Microsoft is going to, and Epic and Cerner, all the billion-dollar companies, they're all going to come out with large language models. We knew this last year. It was only a matter of time. We would all have them. And every Microsoft partner, literally almost every Microsoft partner in the world was going to want to get in on the healthcare space because it was the first area they were focusing AI on. So we knew that. So we focused our Copilot on a very niche topic, right? It's healthcare administration, but even within the context of healthcare administration, we're doing some very specific things that are valuable to the doctor, to the hospital. And again, I don't want to get into details about our product. I'm just trying to just explain the path we took. And this gave us perfect product market fit, in my idea. As a matter of fact, like you see, we even turned it into a marketing piece, right? And now we've got this whole messaging communication plan about DAX, Copilot, better together with our Copilot, etc. By the way, all of the stuff I just shared with you is 100% applicable to Copilots that you might build using Copilot Studio and Microsoft 365. A product is a product is a product. It doesn't matter. Because we are in healthcare, we believe we have to be agnostic. Not everybody will be using Microsoft AI in healthcare. And so we built on Microsoft Semantic Kernel because it allows us to be flexible with what we connect to. But if you're a partner that's more interested in building using Copilot Studio and Microsoft 365, and then you turn that into some sort of product, then, same thing. You could go to join the Founders Hub and try to take it to market. Okay. I think we're out of time, but I'll have to spend a couple more quick minutes. So this is our demo environment. So you can see we essentially built the very similar chat interface to what a lot of folks are seeing today. And then we've started to, based on research, we've started adding some specific things. Like we followed Microsoft's lead and we started doing prompt suggestions. I don't want to get into this now, but there's a very technical reason why this makes the AI and the orchestration in the background a little bit more accurate. And so these are some of the techniques that we're implementing. And, and then we put it together so we have a great demo here. Now, if you go to the Microsoft startup site, you saw I logged into that site. You may have noticed there was a link for AI tools. So there was a tab at the top and it said, get started with AI with your startup company. And what that does is that link will bring you here. It essentially brings you to Azure AI Studio, where you can start to explore, for example, the model catalog, right? So if we look here, and startups, they actually have some learning modules about this stuff on Microsoft Learn, as well as in the Founders Hub portal. And you probably have already seen a similar type of demo, so I'm not going to dive into this too much, but you know now that this is where Microsoft, it's sort of at the hub, if you will, for models and for your AI, Azure AI development. And the way this works is if I go home to the home page, essentially what you do is you have this concept of hubs. And right now I'm in here's the hubs right here. Actually, let's go here. And then in the hub, we have projects. And by the way, both hubs and projects can have security boundaries. And then what you do is you go into the project. And then in the project, this is where you do your deployments. So you can see down here in our demo environment, we have, these models deployed that we're hitting up against. The current demo that you see is actually pointing to the GPT-4, whatever they call this weird name one nowadays. But it's available and we can access it. And so again, I have another session where I actually go into the details of how you create these, but I wanted to just give you the basics of some stuff because it's really, let's be clear, while you don't have to have an AI product to be in the Founders Hub, any product is acceptable software product. But let's be clear, Microsoft, Amazon, Google, Oracle, and many other companies are heavily investing in their startup community right now. And I shouldn't have to explain why, right? I mean, with all this AI buzz, they see what's happening and they realize it's very important to infuse the startup community, if you will. So I will tell you this, you may get a little bit more support might be the wrong word, but you may have an easier path if you are choosing to build an AI product. And so in closing, I just would share this with you. So we build our Copilots and our flagship product, our physician experience Copilot, we build on semantic kernel. So this is the Microsoft Learn site, but there's a GitHub repo that has all of the code. This is the framework software. It's actually technically it's a software development kit, open source development kit. It allows you to build AI agents and copilots, etc. What's really cool is it supports Python and C#. I guess Java too. They must have just added that one because I think it was just C# and Python. I think Java is new actually. And yeah, if you are interested in building modern AI apps, if you will, you got to look at two things. If you're in the Microsoft world, you're either going to do it in Copilot Studio or you're going to do it in Semantic Kernel. If you're an ISV building product, most likely you'll probably use an approach similar to what we did, if for any reason to help with your market share, right, your pricing, etc. So yeah, and I think, you know, it's a 45-minute session and we've gone a little bit over. And I think I've shared with you all that I wanted to share for this morning. So I think this is a good place to stop. And with that said, are there any questions? Is there anything else that you would like to talk about? And startups, modern AI, building product? Yeah, go ahead.
Frankly, this startup means I don't. It's strange, so it's hard to understand. But if I join this startup program, like the real data or demo data.
Yeah, great question. So the question is if you join the startups and you're building your product, you put in real data or demo data.
Yes.
So the way I would answer this question is the Founders Hub is there to guide you along your development path. And they'll provide resources like software, and they'll provide even engineers to help you do that. They'll provide those services to help you build out your product. But your development infrastructure team, that's on you. Like, so, you know, our development environment, we use Azure, we have some virtual machines, we have different data sets. We have one data set that we protect, that we use internally. And then we have another data set that we use for demos, you know, public demos. But this is our responsibility. Microsoft is there to guide you in that development process and support you with things that a small business might need to get started. Really any business, right? The sales, the access engineers, the business tools, etc.
You get perfect value of this program. I think we use the need to build data, but it's hard to because any tool is on the want to say that anyone can see our data.
Yes, you want to make sure it's secure, your data is secure. Yeah.
But one thing, if we make this startup, we can delete anytime we want.
Yes, you can delete anytime, but also remember your product and the product assets most likely will live in Azure, in resources and resource groups, etc. So even if you delete your Founders Hub membership, all of your development stuff is still in Azure. Let me share this. I think it's very, very important, regardless of whether you're a one-person company or a company like Microsoft, especially with where we are with modern AI today, it's very important and critical that we're always looking at these data issues. Where's the data coming from? How will it be protected? Who can access it? And frankly, these issues are not new. Like, I literally have been thinking about this for almost 30 years. I remember when I first started as a developer, literally almost 30 years ago, Microsoft bought SQL Server from Sybase. A lot of people don't know this, but they didn't actually make SQL Server. They purchased it and then they built it into the great product it is today. And I remember as a young person coming out of university, telling myself that as a software developer, that data was so key to my applications that I needed to study databases. And from that moment on, for my entire career, if I had to pick one product that I probably have always my best friend, it's SQL Server. And so I would just answer that question by saying, if you're working in computer science and you're building product for businesses, this is something you should already be doing today. Now, granted, maybe a lot of companies didn't take data security serious, and now AI is here, and so they're getting forced to do it, if you will. But in my opinion, this is not anything new. None of these issues, I don't see anything new here, whether it's bias, whether it's equity, whether it's distribution. I mean, we have literally been dealing with these issues for for decades. I'll make some exceptions, maybe with some of the social stuff that evolves over time, right? But for the most part. Yeah.
When you're advancing from stage 3 to
Yeah.
stage 4 in the startup foundation program,
Yeah.
I'm curious about the credits. So
Yeah.
you received the new credits for stage 4, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And do they extend from the day you advance to stage 4, or do they extend from your end of your stage 3 period and additional?
Yeah. That's such a great question. So the question is about when we graduate from the different stages. And so there's 4 different stages, 1, 2, 3, 4. And to get from level 3 to 4 is probably the hardest, like to get to level 4. And what happens is in level 3, you get $25,000. So they give you $25,000 in Azure credits. And one of the things that you have to do to get to level 4 is you have to spend half that money. And believe it or not, for some people, that's a tricky thing to do. But Microsoft wants to make sure that you're going to be selling Azure services with your startup. So I think that's why they do it. So they're like, first of all, show us you can spend Azure money. And then, to your point, so we did that, right? And what happened was I didn't realize that there was a 1-year deadline. So we had all of our stuff ready. We had the demo video done. All we had to do is upload the demo video. We had everything done. But our 1-date anniversary hit, and I just got this email, and they're like, you graduated, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, no! I emailed some people at Microsoft, and they were really cool about it. They're like, no, yeah. And they put me in the system, and then they put me up on level 4. So now to your point about the credits, the way it works is I think they'll tell you that you can get up to like $250,000 in credits, but it's accumulative. So that, I don't know what the first 2 levels are, but whatever they are, you add it to the 25,000 and that's subtracted, right? And so if you look at our screen, for example, I don't have any problem showing you our stuff. It's not like super confidential. So if you look at ours, so see, we're at 128. So they gave us the $150,000 in credits, but because we had already, used the 25K from the previous levels, we were only given I don't know, but it wasn't, I hope this is helping a little bit, but so it's not like, it's accumulative for one thing, and there is a 1-year deadline, so be aware of that. And does that help a little bit?
Yeah, because I'm also participating in the program at stage 1.
Oh, nice!
Yeah,
Congratulations!
Ideation and validation phase, but
Congratulations!
I was just thinking about when might be the most optimal time to advance to the next stage in order to maximize benefits to the most that I can.
That's a great point. Yeah. So you're trying to maximize benefits?
Exactly, because I think each stage is like they give you 1 year.
Yeah.
Right. And my hypothesis, kind of what I'm thinking is, if I can renew, advance to the other stage at the end of each duration, theoretically, I can participate in it for 4 years, right?
Such a great question. So I have to take your word for that, because again, we landed on level 3, and I know we had 1 year to get to level 4. I don't know for sure that each one is, but let's assume it is, and you have the 4 years. The trick, the problem here is, all I can do is share my story to help. So again, we're in healthcare. This is AI, and we think of ourselves as saving babies. So we don't pause for debate, and we don't wait. And so for us, we just go as quickly as we can to get through those phases. The other way to think about this is when you get through level 1, 2, 3, and 4, really what you've done is you can think of that as like your seed round. Like basically Microsoft is taking your friends and family seed round and they're putting it into 4 things and they're giving you some stuff to go with because you probably had to come up with some money yourself. And I think of that as like my seed round. Like I put the money in myself. I did. I took a loan, I put the money in, Microsoft helped me a little bit. And now you graduate level 4 and you're ready, you should be hopefully ready to make a decision. Am I going to get a Series A funding or am I going to focus on revenue and sales? So we decided we're focusing on revenue and sales for right now. That actually might change quickly, but that's what we're doing for now. So the other important thing is when you graduate, you actually graduate, if it's done right, you should go into ISV success. So there's another program that's 1 year that will also give you licenses to Microsoft 365, Microsoft Dynamics, etc. That program is called ISV Success. It's for all Microsoft partners. So what they do for people in the startups group is they give you training. They'll actually have people from ISV Success call you. They'll train you on how to get your product into the Microsoft store, etc. So your real goal is to get to ISV Success and to get to Series A or sales, right? Those are your goals. And so for me as an entrepreneur, I struggle with any waiting. Like even if I'm trying to time credits. And to your point though, I did go through that thought process. Like when it came near the end, I had questions too. But I'm just saying, generally speaking, we just move as fast as we can. Because it's, again, we're competing with billion-dollar companies. It's AI, it's healthcare. So, I tell my team, I told them over a year ago when people were pausing for the debate, etc. I said, no, we do not pause for debate. We're in healthcare, we're saving lives. So we go forward, and then when somebody tells us to stop, we stop. So I don't know if that helps, but that's my answer. Okay, cool. Well, thank you so much. Again, it was an honor to be here. Sorry when I missed you.
Ce site peut créer 100 000 conteneurs par application par tenant.
Ouais.
C'est énorme. Hein.
Ouais. Pour moi, c'est vraiment. Tu tapes pas trop parce que de toute manière.
J'ai ramené de gens aussi.
But she was the very first person, she did the power platform challenges in Africa. And so, they helped her initially do that. At first, it was just a university project she was working on to get her doctorate degree. But then it was so successful that Microsoft actually adopted it for other countries. And so now they use it as a framework for training. They call it scaling at scale, because we want to teach at scale many, many people. And I think the approach that you use, that I assisted in a very small way with, could be perfect for how you're doing. And the idea is basically the challenges, right? So if you go and you sit in the API, you get 10. You know, if you actually go to the job and you interview somebody about our platform, you get 20 points, you see? And then you turn it to the as well, right? And
Si on te fait Montréal, même c'est et non, tu peux. C'est pas vrai. Le père avait dit ça, il doit être conseil de football. Un conseil de football.
It's okay, you can start? Okay. You can hear me there? Okay, thank you. Okay, let's start. Okay, thank you for coming today for my session. If you have any question, you can interrupt me and you can ask your question, and you don't wait until the end of this session to ask your question. So today I will present a session about how to manage the SharePoint cloud container of SharePoint embedded. So first, did you heard about SharePoint embedded before? Or it's right because it's something new with Microsoft. So I'll present during this session what is it, and you have an idea and, about it. And how many of you are developers? Business? Okay. So this session is for business and for technical developers. Okay. First, I want to thank our sponsor because this event is free. Without them, we cannot offer this office of Microsoft. And we have the sponsor, the local sponsor, and we are organizing also worldwide events. So if you cannot, it's impossible to travel to all the cities, but the all the events are broadcasted online. I will just to share it online. Is it okay? Broadcast online. Yeah. Okay. Just I want to check because it's online also. For example, if you want to attend an event in France, you can attend online. You can ask the question online. So we answer also the question from attendee online attendees. So I'll present myself. My name is Jamal Abed. I'm originally from Tunisia, North Africa. I live in France and in Belgium. I have 16-year experience on Microsoft 365. I started working with SharePoint 2007, on-premise version. And I'm MVP, Microsoft MVP, or Microsoft 365 developer on SharePoint. I have two companies, one in Paris and one in Brussels. And you can follow me on Twitter. I don't think you use Twitter here because in USA they use Twitter. And you have my LinkedIn. If you have any question, you can ask me at any time. I'll answer for you. And later I will share the slide. You will have the slide and you can follow me. You will have the slide on the presentation. So the agenda for today, I will present why you are talking. If you have a product, that means in our organization, we have a problem. So we have a need. So what I will present why you are talking about SharePoint embedded. And later I will present what is it. And I will deeper dive in architecture, present the architecture of SharePoint embedded, and some concepts. And I will present also the cost, because it's a Microsoft product, it costs. And I will share with you, if you want to start with it, what is the tool you need for the developer, for you, or if you are working with a company, you are business or manager, you can tell your developer how could they start with this. And I will share you some PowerShell, it's technical and Graph API. At the end, I will show you in real world how it functions, how it works. So, as you know, I want to, as you know, in our organization, the current approach to develop many applications. And also, we purchase applications from third-party software and from Microsoft. If you want, I will add the subtitle in Korean. I think I didn't add it. It's slideshow here. Subtitle. Yes, it's already added. So yeah, so that one. Okay. Let's check. Maybe it's wrong. No. No, it's okay. And in our current approach, as I said, we develop applications at the company and we purchase applications. Imagine this application are storing data file in different systems. So if you have 20 applications or 200 applications, this
approach are challenging our organization nowadays in terms of security, compliance, and collaboration, and the end. So, and every application stored in different way the data. So, in one application, it's a risk. So, imagine in the real world, we have unified whatever the application you use or you develop, you purchase, or the application use the same layer, unified layer in terms of security, compliance, and collaboration. So this I will during this session I will show you how we can achieve this goal. You have any questions? Okay. I'll check for the subtitle because it's not working. So no, it's okay. So. And this is why I'm talking about SharePoint embedded. So I will show you how with SharePoint embedded will achieve this. Do you know SharePoint site? SharePoint is okay. I will compare SharePoint to SharePoint embedded, the site, document library, and the data. So this solution is announced by Microsoft in November 2023 in public review and in general availability in May 2024. As you know, for each product Microsoft, you have the private review, the public review, and general availability. General availability is used in production environment. SharePoint embedded allow you for your application to create a partition inside your product. It's like when I said you have SharePoint site your application, and the document library your container. So we are talking only about documents. We don't have structure like this. We talk when you say SharePoint embedded, we say files and documents and data. So all the content are stored in something we name this container. It's like document library. And everything it's all in your tenant. When you create a container, it's inside your tenant, like a document library inside your site, in your Microsoft 365 tenant. So,
container stuff. Easy. It's called
besides
site collection.
no, it's not site collection. So it's a different approach. It's we don't have a site. When you create a container, we don't have a site.
Azure site. Azure site. No.
Not Azure site. It's an application. When you create Azure application, I will detail this slide. You create an application. For this application, you create a container. You create to dedicate partition inside your tenant. Don't have a site. It's all application, Azure application. So I have many details on explain. And auto access with API. We don't have, for example, document. We don't have UI. It's only with Graph API to access to everything. And all the containers are linked to something. We say we name this container type. So we have the application, container type, and the container. I will explain more in detail this session. And the container type allow Microsoft to know how much it costs us. And it's very important, all the contents are available in, you can use, for example, when you have Word documents, inside document library, you can open it in browser, and you can open it in this scope application. The same thing when you have a Word document stored inside container, the same experience, nothing changed. And also, when, for example, as you know, in the company, we apply some compliance, some rule. For example, for one document, say that if I found, for example, a credit card name, credit card number for this document, I will add the sensitive label for this document, for example, confidential or something like this. The same thing work for document level in SharePoint and the content. And as you know, when you work with Microsoft 365, you pay for Microsoft licenses and for the data. For example, if you have 500 gigabyte data, you pay it actually for Microsoft. When you work with container, it's calculated in different way. I will show this in a different slide. Do you know Loop, the Loop, Microsoft Loop? Okay, Microsoft Loop is the product developed by Microsoft it stores data in the container. For example, Loop creates, it's developed by Microsoft, and you can subscribe to Loop. And all the workspace and the data are stored in the container in your terminal. And for the content created by Loop, they are calculated inside the actual data. It's very important, this stuff, because when you develop your application, the data are calculated in different ways, except the Microsoft application. It's like when you have the controller, you have the file, it's calculated inside your code. It's clear. Subtitle is working. The what? The subtitle. I tried, but it's okay. So now I present how it's a different way, how it's presented. For example, here, as you see, everything is run on Microsoft Cloud. It's our infrastructure, and although we have the service, the platform as service, we'll find our layer about compliance, security, and everything. And as we can see, the SharePoint embedded is situated on the top of the security. That means all the compliance security available inside your tunnel and used in your tunnels with your company are available also for the SharePoint embedded container. And we'll find on the top level, we have the experience, we have your custom application on the left. Custom application, it's your application developed by your company, and also the application purchased from other software, from ISV, for example, the develop software. And you have also the Microsoft 365 application, Loop, and Design. And it's separated because your custom application, you pay the data. Unless your actual, you pay data different way. And for Microsoft, they include your actual core of Microsoft 365. Do you think it's okay? Okay. And now I will talk about the architecture. When you talk about SharePoint embedded, we have three things. The subtitle, yes. I tried, but it didn't work. If you know how to do it. Yes?
Do you have mic over here?
Maybe
Yeah,
the mic.
yeah, they use the mic.
The mic. Put the mic. I tried, but it's not working.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Now it's okay?
Yeah.
No, it's not. So
Try.
you can talk there.
Yeah.
No, it's
Stop,
okay.
yeah.
Okay. Okay, this one. Okay. Okay, thank you. So let's try. Now it translates. Okay. So when you talk about SharePoint embedded, we have three things. We talk about application, we talk about container, and container type. And I have later one section about how everything is managed in the data, how it's compared to SharePoint, to OneDrive, everything, how it's created with your container. SharePoint embedded. So the SharePoint embedded application, that Microsoft Azure application. By default, they have the exclusive access to your container, the application, manage your container, and use to manage access to container. And Microsoft developed and introduced new permission. For example, you create an application, you add the file storage container, it's a new permission, it's an Azure. When you check Azure portal, and you add permission to your application, you'll find the file storage container select. Don't select. It's a new permission that allows the application to manage the container inside the domain. And for each application, we associate with each application one container type. Here, for example, I took a screenshot. For example, we have your application here, and you'll find here the file storage container .select. So it's new since last year, November 2020, since the public review. And the file storage container, they are dedicated. If you compare it to share a document library, like a document library, it's a block kernel, but no UI, only For the access, it's by Graph API. The application has full control of its container, as I said. And it's very important, this limitation. So the application can create multi-type of container. And we have limitation. For each application, it can create 100,000 containers for your tenant, per application and per tenant. For example, I took the example of Loop. It's a Microsoft application. For example, Loop, it's used by different customers. So Loop can create, for example, maximum 100,000 for your tenant. For other customers, the same. So for the same application per tenant, you can create more than 100,000 containers. And also Microsoft, they are free to talk. If you have a need to take more, you can increase it also. So all the application containers are linked to the container type. You cannot, for example, like document library, you cannot find a document library without the same. The same. When you found the container, it's linked to one container type and the application. Container type is linked to applications. And all the access via Graph API. And then integrate with Microsoft 365 experience. That means the same thing for when you have the collaboration and you want to have office document, like one document, you can, for example, work with many people, they can work on the same document. The same thing, there is nothing to change and you are able to work. And also, we have limitation for each container. We can create maximum 25 terabytes. Imagine 100,000 container and 25 terabytes per container. If you have any question, I'm free to answer. So container type. Container type, it's for each container type, we have your ID. And this ID, not you inside your tunnel, but it's universal. Like when you have, for example, you have a tunnel, you have an ID. You cannot find two tunnels of the same ID. The same thing for the container type. Container type, it's not the container. It's like a site, for example. And it's created in the provider tenant. For example, you use Loop, the container type is created on Microsoft Developer tenant. And it's registered with your customer tenant. For example, you use Loop. It's you register for Loop for your tenant. And the same thing when, for example, you develop your own application. You have a developer, you have a developer tenant, and a consumer tenant. And all the time they are linked with the container is linked only to one container type. It's associated to provide Microsoft application with the container. The same thing is we have an application, we have container type, we have many container types. And also that when you use the container type, it's also for Microsoft and also to even availability. And you can know how much how much it costs your SharePoint embedded. So now I will show you inside your tenant. We have SharePoint, we have OneDrive, and how it's situated. For example, now I have the site type. Here your tenant. Actually, we have before you heard about SharePoint embedded. To store a file, you can store it in your SharePoint library and your OneDrive, personal OneDrive. And now we have the possibility, so for example, to store file inside container with SharePoint embedded. And to work with your file, you can use the browser, like for example Edge, or you can use also the Microsoft Office apps. When I say file, you can store file, for example, Google file, or any type of Office file. For example, when you want to open a document stored in your document library, you can use the browser. You can open it online. The same thing for OneDrive. And for the Microsoft Office app, you can open for, if you have one document inside the document, the same thing. But you cannot, I said, you can use SharePoint embedded, use only API, you don't have UI. This is why you have Microsoft Graph. And Microsoft Graph, you have many endpoints to query document, query file inside the document library or inside OneDrive,
and also with SharePoint embedded. And who use a graph to find your document or to manage your files? It's an application. Yes, as you can see, you have your application, use graph to access your content. For example, we took the example of Loop. Loop is a Microsoft application. It uses graph to store the workspace inside your tenant with SharePoint embedded. Okay, now I will share some concepts. When you work with SharePoint embedded, you can enter, for example, we will say developer tenant, where the application is developed. Consumer tenant, where the application is used. For example, this is the example of Loop, Microsoft Loop. The developer tenant, Microsoft developer tenant, and the consumer tenant, your tenant. And we have also a single tenant application, and we use the application inside your tenant. And we have multiple tenant application. Multiple tenant application. The same application which uses the consumer. So here I put an example. For example, here I have three tenants. I have developer tenant. I have one application here, one container type. And as you can see, the consumer tenant use the application developed by the tenant, developer tenant. As you can see, I have one application used by three tenants. And also here, I took an example. I have three tenants, tenant 1, 2, 3, and I have one application. It's used only by the tenant number 1. And this, on the right side of the slide, we have application 2. It's used by two tenants at the same time. If you see this schema, what you notice? You notice all the time your data stay inside your tenant. See? Every time when you work with the customer, say why use a SharePoint embedded, you can say the data stay inside your tenant. As you can see, the application are developed in different tenants. And all the time your data is inside your tenant. The case in tenant 1, tenant 2, and 3. Here I put the schema. Donc, for example, one application have one container type. For each container type, I put the link here. You can check on Microsoft or link of the Microsoft. As you can say, for each container, you should have only one container type. It's like document library. You cannot find document library attached to different sites. And we have also permission of the container. We have 4 levels of permission. We have the owner, manager, leader, and the leader. The owner has full access. He can be you can add property for the container. You can add file. For the manager, he can only change the permission of the container. It cannot delete. And the editor, he can only manage the content of the container, but not the property of the container. And the reader, he can only read the file inside the document inside the container, and also read the property of the container. And unlike SharePoint, if you work with SharePoint, we have different level of permission. We have permission, site level permission. We have document level permission. We have folder permission. We have also file permission. So we have an option to break the limit of the break the permission and use unit permission. Which the SharePoint embedded, we don't have this functionality. We can only add delete the permission for the content. It's okay.
Yeah, I think for the SharePoint and SharePoint embedded 3.5.
It's different. So something different. So we don't need the site. We don't need the SharePoint site to.
If you see the SharePoint, you just only see the title of the role, which is full. I cannot see the major of the SharePoint site, but you see the SharePoint container have already the main site,
The site.
the major role.
major role.
Yeah.
It depends. It depends. For example, I'm a customer, I need to store file. I don't know and this file I use only 2 times per month per user. So why you are paying license every month for document library? You can use SharePoint library because it stays as you pay as you go. You pay only when you use the file. In this case, when you have documents, use it 2 or 3 times per week. Better to use for example SharePoint library. If you have 5 use every day, better to say with SharePoint service. First, I will share. I have one slide about the cost and how you can make this. If you work with the customer, so we say difference all the time is different. And also it's used by INC developer, they develop application. For example, I develop application, I want to sell it to many customers. So for example, you have your compliance, it's different from customer to one customer. If I don't use, for example, SharePoint embedded, I need to add to my work the compliance for each line in my code, my development route. When you use SharePoint embedded, you develop only the application, and the file are stored in the container with the SharePoint, with the Microsoft 365 consumer term, customer term, and all the compliance security are available the same thing for you, and it's different for other customers. You don't need to implement this security role or compliance with your application. I'll show the cost, how it's calculated. And also we can apply some custom property for your container. We can, the custom property are used, for example, to identify the container. They are, we can, for example, we have a property, you can add the property and you say, it's, you don't need to search for this property. We have the property is searchable through all codes. And it's this property are used by your query to identify the container. And here I put an example. For example, here I have the graph API here, endpoint. We have, as you can see, we put the container ID, and here it's post query. So for example, here for this container, I want to add value, property, URL path, and I will put the value, it's north wind, for example, searchable legal first, and the equal efforts. And also another, I want to add another property, custom property, the name of the property, tags, and the value. It's like a column, but for the document library. And also we can add, we have the custom property, and we have the column. Column, we have a different type of column, like in the document library. We have a boolean, we have that time, we have currency, we have choice, hyperlink or picture, we have number, and last one is short. Cannot see it here. Okay, it's just 1 second. It's because I have this. So, a personal group. Okay. So now it's clear. We have only at this time. We have only this column. We can add it to your computer. It's like when you compare to the computer, it's the column inside of it. When you add the file, you specify this particular file. It's very different. The custom property for the container and the column that use it for the file storage itself, the container. It's okay? Okay, now I will talk about SharePoint embedded administration. So we have many admin tools. You can manage your container and everything by PowerShell. And also you can use SharePoint admin sample, classic SharePoint admin sample. And you can use also Purview and also with Graph API. So Microsoft has introduced a new SharePoint embedded administrator role. For example, here when you want in your admin center, you want to specify your role for your end user, you will find SharePoint embedded administrator. For example, some company, they don't want, we have a class SharePoint administrator, and they want to add this role, but with only the view of the content. Here, for example, the SharePoint admin center, we have, for example, this. Here we can see in your tenant, we have a section for container, and you can find the active container and delete container. If you check if you have admin of your SharePoint tenant, you will find it without activation. If you use group, you will find also a group of people. And here we have many columns. We have the container name, the application, the publisher, and the storage, and the owner. And also we can apply sensitive label for your container. It's very important also. It's like a file. You can add some label for your container. Here, for example, here I took an example. For example, here I am the SharePoint Admin Center Global Administrator. So you can see we have everything here. We have the site, container, it's the class QI, class site for the full control. And I will show you the difference. Difference for just SharePoint Embedded Administrator. Where's this view? It's only the active container and deleted container. So we get the same URL, same path for the admin center, but he has only this view. You can manage the container. I will show you one. You can create by Copilot, by PowerShell, and with the Visual Code also you can create. And the cost, it's very important, the cost also. If you talk about SharePoint Embedded, you have two types of SharePoint Embedded. You have the trial version and you have the payable version. For each tenant, you can create a test container. It's valid 30 days. So the standard are payable with your subscription. You pay as you go. And for the trial container, you can create it's valid 30 days. It's expired. Just for test for your tenant, and you can create for the trial maximum 5 containers, and it's limited to 200 megabytes by container, and combined 1 gigabyte for all containers. And it's calculated per storage and by core API. For example, if you have already on one container 20 gigabyte data, you pay for the 20 gigabyte, and also you pay for the query for used by your application. And here, for example, the Graph API transaction, it's only calculated from your application. For example, you use, as you know, for Copilot, use Graph API to store, to find data inside your channel. But it's not calculated yet. So you will not pay for Microsoft Core API for your container. Now it's the storage it's by dollar gigabyte per day, and the API call it's like this. As I said, if you have a need with your customer, you can calculate how much it costs, or you apply license every month for user. Why use license every month and user access only 2 times for this use the document. You can use this with your application. And here I will show you if you want to start work with this, what you need. So we have time. I have time for the. So first, you need you need to install SharePoint Embedded extension for Visual Code. So you can search it on the store. You will find SharePoint Embedded. So once found it, you can install it. And you can sign to a Microsoft 365. And here you have an option to create private container type. And also we can use Postman. You know Postman, you can use a tool. It's helpful for use API. And here we have the collection. I put the path here. It's .ms SPE Postman. You will find all the possible endpoints to use SharePoint Embedded. As you can see here, if you want to list the container, we have the path and everything. So here I shared some PowerShell. I will share the slide, so you don't need to write it. For example, if you want to create trial container type, you need only to specify with PowerShell and USB container type. It's only you specify the attributes trial container type and the name and the application ID, your application. Without it's linked to your application. You cannot create, for example, documents, for example, when I compare to document library, you cannot create document library without site. You need to specify the site, the container. You need to specify which application. And for the paper, for the standard container type, we need to specify the Azure subscription, the region of the. So here also I share some. If you want, I will show you the demo how to work. So here I put everything use for query you need it. So you don't need to search on the web. And here how to create with the API. And you can also delete container type, delete container, so you have the query, and you can delete it with PowerShell and with Graph API. So it's so I will just you can manage the custom property and how to work with container also. How to I will show you now in the demo how to work with this. Do you have any question? No. Okay. No. So I will show you. Okay, here. Here I install here on the left. We can I install the Visual Code extension, and here you can find all the container. I create one trial container, so I'm the case number 2 when I'm using only the test container. And here, as you can see, it's just refreshing. Here it will show I have only one container. Just here said I have only one container. If here in the Visual Code, if you want to see it in SharePoint Admin Center, here. So, here I have the SharePoint Admin Center. Here I'm using a global admin, a global SharePoint admin. As you can see, I have all the options on the left, so I can manage site and container. And here I have my container. I have the application name. It's the name of my application, and the storage, and who are the owner. If I compare it to the SharePoint embedded administrator role, you will find you have this view. So you don't need to add all the permission for the user to manage the container. So it's very powerful this, because we have an admin role to manage only the container for your organization. And here, for example, I will show you with Postman. For example, in Visual Code, if you create here, you create your here in this case, when I create with this extension, when I create the trial container type, the extension create the application, create the container type, associate the container type with your application, and create the certificate also. And here, for example, it's powerful. If you want to export, you have here on the right, you can set up Postman collection. Here, what happened in the background? It will export your for your tenant ID, your application ID, your container type ID, and you can use it with Postman. You can save it as environment variable. I will show you how. For example, here I create an environment aMP Seoul. If I can see here. Here I have everything, so I didn't read it by my hand, so I just export all the configuration to Postman. For example, here I will show you. For example, here I want to create a container. So yeah, in the application section, for example, list container. So this Postman, I am simulated the query, but the same query you can use it inside your application to to work with SharePoint embedded. For example, here I said find me all the container inside my tenant. I have only one. For example, here I will create a second container. So second container, I will add the display name here in my query. Description, I said description too. And here I have my container type ID. It's already stored in the environment variable. Here I will send it. So here you will create a second container my tenant associated with the container ID. And here he create the container. As you can see, the ID of the container, it's like this. As I said, it's universal. You cannot find, no, this is not this one is universal. It's the container ID, the container type, it's universal. The ID, it's like this for the container. Now, if I come back to my UI, here I will refresh the page. I will find the container. I will find the second container here. So it's created the second one. So for example, if you want to add the file, so I want to add the file for this this content. It's simple. For example, if you want to search all the query used for the file, you search here, for example, file, you will find all the query used, for example, here. Here, for example, I want to upload the file. So here I will use this query. I will say, so I will upload the file, for example, aMP show 2. And here I need to specify the container ID and the file name extension. So here I will send the query. Now, before sending the query, I need to just upload the file. Here we specify the name. And here on the body, you can choose your file. For example, I will choose this file, document Word. I can open it and I will send it. I have time, yes? 4 minutes. I still have time. 4, okay. Here I will show you. Here I added the file. Here I have the path of the file URL of the file. What I will do here, I will go to my browser. I will open it with different users. So here I have one user. So I need to add permission for the file. Right? I need to add permission for the file. I have one file created. Get file. Okay. I already create another file. For example, I have this file. I can open this file here. This file is, if you check the URL of the file, it's different from classic files. Here we have content storage and the ID, it's here. For example, I have 2 users. I'll put this one here. I will show you the capability. We can work with the same file with different users. For example, here I will take another user. I'll take this user. Put it here. So now on the left, I have 2 different users. For example, here I will write something. It's the same. Yes, as you can see, the same file stored in one container. I finished in 1 minute, okay? Stored in one container, you can have the same experience as the file is stored in document library and everywhere. So that's it. I already finished, okay. I will just put my slide here. Okay. So I share some link. You can use it, for example, for the collection and Microsoft Learn and how to set up your environment. And that's all. Thank you. If you have any question, I'm free to answer. So. And I will share the presentation. You can use it. You can present. You can use the same presentation to present for your customer. You are free for that. It's okay. Thank you.
beef. Yes, so Malaysia and Korea, very, very good friend. And that's why I come and share. We start with demo first because all want to sleep. Okay? Our session is Microsoft 365. How it will help small company be more competitive. Okay? This QR code, use phone. Catch this QR code. Okay? This is when before I go see a customer, I send this. This is called Sway. I send this to the customer to tell the customer what is the purpose of the meeting. Many times the customer want to share with other colleague. Okay, what is the purpose of the meeting? So call them to join, but very hard to explain. And PowerPoint not so easy to share. This one have video and photos. Okay, so if you use Microsoft Suite before you go for meeting, you can talk about many things. So let's look at this Suite. Okay, you have it on your phone. But let's look at this Suite. Let's see, forms, home. Okay. So you can see it looks like this, but when you present, okay, on the phone, you can see I want appointment with company JLL. Okay, and I want to request for meeting. What is the agenda? Who am I? And what we want to talk about, right? We want to talk about Microsoft 365, which have many features. Okay, so very useful for sending appointment. Next, book my time. Okay, many time I say, are you available tomorrow? Customer say tomorrow no good. How about Monday? Monday no good. How about Tuesday? Tuesday no good. So very difficult to fix the time for appointment. But in Microsoft 365, they give you this app called Booking. Okay, so usually what you can do is you send your booking page to your customer or to your contact, your business contact, and the customer can choose what time to have meeting with you. So it makes the work so much easier, so much simpler. Okay. Next one. Are you happy? Try this. So this is Microsoft Form. Okay, so sometimes you want to get information and feedback from your customer. Okay, you can use Microsoft Form and you send the link to your customer, and your customer can fill up the form. This one is Gallup Employee Engagement Survey. So sometimes the boss want to find out if the staff is happy. You don't know. You think the staff is happy, but maybe the staff is not happy. So you use Microsoft Form, okay, to do a survey. Okay, I want to show you something special. You hold on. Okay. Okay, this is Microsoft Form. So if you want to create a new form, you just start new form. Security good. So if you have AI, if you have Copilot to make the form very fast, 30 seconds. So you just go to AI, you type, automatically they generate the form for you. You don't have to mention what is the Gallup survey. Okay, Copilot knows, go to the internet, find the survey, and create the form for you. Okay, the survey, the real survey, look like this. Okay, this is from Gallup. Okay, and you can see the survey has 12 questions. Okay, and this is how Gallup do the survey. But if you use Microsoft Form, automatically do for you. And you can say that if you have Copilot and you say translate, and they will translate the form, into Korean for you. This mic has no battery. Okay. So they will translate the form into Korean for you. I don't understand Korean. I'm not sure how accurate it is. Okay, but you can see whether it's okay. So very good if you work in a multinational and you are given assignment to do in English. Okay, then Copilot will help you. Okay. So you can also do online meeting. Okay, and after the online meeting, if you have AI, if you have Copilot, it can also give you meeting summary. Okay, and you can also ask Copilot to translate the meeting summary into Korean. Okay, very powerful. I'm not sure my real Teams is working because we are doing the broadcast. Okay, but you can see that it is very powerful. Of course, basic item like email, they have very, very big mailbox, 50 to 100 gig, depending on your license plan. Okay. And there are other things that Microsoft 365 also can help, right? It helps, you can create automation of processes, okay, and make things faster and more efficient. And it has very good security, very, very hard to hack if you do it properly. So in Microsoft 365, there are many, many things. Big mailbox, multiple device, can work together, have automate, can track projects, very productive, very good security, hosted by Microsoft, and very reliable. So I come from Kuala Lumpur, very advanced city. Have you been to Kuala Lumpur? Very advanced city, but in the office, not so advanced, very backward. Okay. So Korea, also very advanced, many products. But I was told the small office, small company, similar to Malaysia, okay, a bit backward. Okay. So I was hoping that maybe I can share how we talk about how we make Malaysia, okay, the small company to be more advanced. So today, the young workforce, all digital already. When they organize things, when they go out, they organize meeting, very efficient, have many apps to do this. But in the office, very slow. Do not use good office tools, mostly email. So because of this, the company behind, but the employee ahead, using a lot of free tool, shadow IT. If the company is using email was created 1988, so many years ago. No security. But the modern office, we want so many things. We want adaptable to change. We want to attract worker, good talent. We want innovation and we want efficiency. But it's very hard to get to the efficiency. So today, everything is digital. But many companies use the free app. Okay, in Korea, I was told Kakao and Naver, number one. Yes? So, free app, good. Yes? Is free app good? No good. Because who is the owner of the data? Right? Who is the data being shared with? You don't know because no admin, because free app. So you have no admin right, you cannot check anything. Okay? So if you use Microsoft 365, you can check who the file is being shared with. Okay? With who? And who is the admin? You can check. Okay? And in Microsoft 365, they also protect the user from phishing, from domain impersonation, and many things. And Microsoft 365 is not expensive. Okay, it's 8,000 won. Yesterday, I think I hit more than 8,000 won. Okay, per user per month. And because it's affordable, small company also can use the product. Don't have to spend a lot of money. Okay, and they use the same product as Fortune number one company in Fortune. Okay, Walmart, same software. They use the same software as number one pharmaceutical company in the world. Okay, Microsoft, you see, Pfizer is using Microsoft Teams. And if the young generation, they want ESG, okay, if you use Microsoft 365, it helps because you will use less paper, you will reduce wastage, you will make less mistake, you will be more efficient, you will cut down on traveling, okay, and you keep the information safe and you use less power. Okay, so Microsoft 365, as I just now we demo, actually is big suite of application, a lot of useful app that can make the company very productive. So we pay small amount, okay, 8,000 won to about 16,000 won. But we take this 8,000 won, we give to the engineer, we give to the worker. Salary might be 5 million, 3 million, okay? So the ROI is only 0.3%, very small, or maybe about 2 minutes of his time per day. So if you save 2 minutes of time for the worker, you have ROI. But the worker is doing maybe 100 million per month. So you spend this small amount, okay, to help this salary to improve this outcome, this output. And of course, when you use cloud, when you use Microsoft 365, you travel to office less because you can do online meeting. Okay, so you save emission, you use less energy, and you have less waste because online, less paper. Okay, and you have better employee management, you have better occupational safety and health, and you have better customer data privacy and protection. So it helps in the ESG environment journey. So are you already using Microsoft 365? Some of you are. Then the question is, are you maximizing, okay, your use of Microsoft 365? And using Microsoft 365 is a journey. Okay, you might start with the basic, okay, or you might start with the standard. Okay, you add Microsoft Office to it, and later you can say, I want to enhance my cybersecurity, and we go to Microsoft 365 Premium. How do you enhance security? You can prevent attack. You prevent attack by patching. You patch your application, you patch your operating system, you cut down on the macro, you harden some apps, and you control the apps. How do you limit the extent of attacks? Okay, you can control the admin, you have fewer admin, you can have restrictive admin, and you turn on multi-factor authentication. And of course, always good to do regular backup. This is the Australia Essential 8 standard. So Microsoft 365 do 7 out of the 8. Microsoft 365 don't include backup, but it can meet, okay, the top two: prevent attack and limit the extent of attack. So when you start your Microsoft, it can be very basic and you can add security. Or you can also choose to add automation. So you start with basic, you go to standard, and you can add maybe Power Automate, okay, so that you can enhance the productivity. So maybe there's many tasks that is very repetitive, going round and round, and you can automate this with Power Automate. And Power Automate, not so easy, but not so difficult. Okay, so it's flowchart style. You can get a programmer to help you, okay, to build your flows. So Microsoft announced in 2023 big investment in OpenAI. And after that, they introduced the product Copilot. So the idea of Copilot is in the past, you have to learn the product. You have to learn Excel, you have to learn PowerPoint, you have to learn Word, you have to learn the product. And because you are not experienced, you make a lot of mistakes. Now, the product learn from you. The product want to know what you want to do, and product generate the result for you. Okay, so for example, let me show you this one. Let's see. Okay, this one. Okay. I asked Copilot to go into my Microsoft 365 and summarize for me my activity for the last 2 weeks. Okay. Suggest follow up. Okay, a lot of work. But I say output in Korean. In Korean. Let's see what it does. This is very useful because sometimes so busy, I will miss out things. Okay, so I can ask Copilot to go in and basically summarize my 2 weeks of activity. Okay, and whether there's something I missed, something I'm supposed to get back to somebody, or something that I need to do. Okay. So Copilot actually can generate a summary like this for me. Okay, which is very good if that week I'm so busy and for sure I will forget to reply, forget to do something. Okay, so that's the AI, what AI can help you do. So you saw the summary, okay, live. And it also does other languages. So this one is Chinese. Chinese is actually very accurate because I can read Chinese. So I know it's very, very accurate. Okay. So Copilot with AI, Microsoft 365, when you add on AI, it changes the way people work with the computer. It helps people that are not very creative to become more creative. Okay, it can do anything that relates to words, graphics, writing, summary, translation. It does very, very good job. So some people will ask, oh, then will AI replace my job? Actually, no. AI won't replace human, but human with AI will replace human without AI because you can do work so much faster. So company that use tools with AI will also do a better job. So of course, not so easy. Okay, you have to invest in Microsoft 365, you have to learn, you have to put in the effort to get the employees to use. So barriers to success, you will have things like employee resistance, you have cost issue, also expensive. Okay, you have compatibility issue, there might be some complexity, it might not be so clear and objective, and maybe sometimes management don't support. Okay, but if the company want to be competitive, it's possible. Microsoft 365 have a lot of tools that can help. Just need the willpower. Okay, so my wish. Okay, the presentation is a little bit short. So my wish in KL is a one city, but I also wish the workforce also to be very advanced. Okay, this is my contact. If you have any question, you want to know a little bit more, you can contact me. Okay, other than that, thank you. And if there's any question or anything you want to try or want to know about Copilot, maybe I can help answer, or maybe any question on Microsoft 365, I can help to answer. All expert already. Hopefully, this can help you share with other people. Simple idea. Thank you.
안 돼야 되는 분들이 얘기하면 안 되는데 아 그래요? 그러면은 오프라인으로나
Hello.
Hello,
Hi.
nice to meet you.
Yeah. Actually, I have 2 sessions in afternoon.
Yeah.
But I concern about the recording and showing in YouTube online.
Okay. You don't want
Yeah,
to be
I don't
recording?
want,
Okay.
Because the session maybe contains some sensitive information and
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
You just have not to configure StreamYard, so this is your choice. Et ça commence là-bas? On va commencer ici aussi alors. Allô, allô? Hello. Do you? Is it working? No. Hello. Hello. Mais c'est, je marche pas. Ici. Hello. Okay, thank you for coming to this session. We start now. Thank you very much. So this session is about Microsoft Copilot. And, I will describe the domain or we could use to get the success on this to correctly deliver the project on Microsoft 365. One. Okay, thank you again to all our sponsors for helping us bringing this type of event, setting up this type of event and creating this type of event. A few words about me. My name is Patrick Monet. I'm coming from France. And my job on the day-to-day is to provide solution tests, which means that I do business solution. I help my customers solve some business problems using Microsoft tools. And I love to be the speaker and organizer of events like this. We are creating aMP community, so the logo is correct. The name audio is corrected. AMS was a previous network for right now, the name is Azure and AI. M for Microsoft, P for platform, which are the most important tools to be present in our. Feel free to connect on LinkedIn or with Facebook if you want. I've been running by Microsoft times. And we did a lot of events. Maybe the most things that I want to get. So I see that there are many areas that get shop in Seoul, so that's great. Yeah, you can find some great methods. And this is definitely one of the memory for Seoul. So the agenda is three parts. We describe the four approach when we try to find or to create a project about deploying Microsoft site. I'm not using this four-step approach. First step and first part of the session will be about what is behind this technology, what is different from GPT, for example. Then we will see that it's very positive curriculum that needs to be flexible, find how and who access the content for Microsoft 365. Because AI is for AI, you want access to the correct documents and the correct place. And if the government is not well defined, can bring some problem. Third step is usage. We'll give some quick idea of what can eventually we can have with Microsoft 365 Copilot. And then once all these steps have been correctly defined, you can go to adoption. Adoption is to explain to your end user, to your business people, how they can use the tool and to do it. So step 3 and 4 will be the step part of the yes, because the camera is not the basically is not
Okay.
so maybe I'm not yes, I should be far from my okay. So first part, some details about what makes Microsoft 365 Copilot very different from other generative AI technology, especially because it's fully integrated into the Microsoft 365 ecosystem, and because it's a very specific technology integrated in many tools, Microsoft tools. As you know, Microsoft has produced a lot of copilots this previous year. And now the situation is that for almost every Microsoft product, we have a copilot. At least we have one standard version of Copilot. We can put standalone. And, we can access to it with the standalone AU. So, for example, if you have some tools like Microsoft 365, let's say Excel, there is a dedicated Copilot for these tools, and there is a specific Microsoft Copilot or Excel Copilot uh, pricing and you can buy it for a special price using specific license. So this is the situation. But we also have many more copilots. For example, you have copilot on this side for Viva or copilot for Dynamics sales. So many copilots. So it's not easy for customers to understand what are all these copilots. And even more difficult for end user. But in fact, it's not so complicated because then the best thing to remember or simple thing to remember is that almost all tools in the Microsoft toolset will get his own Copilot. So if we put on this slide all the tools of Microsoft 365, we can see that many of them are in 5 categories. Personal productivity, you have tools for personal productivity in Microsoft 365. You have tools for document management, you have tools for communication, you have tools for collaboration, tools for business processes. And all these tools can be defined if they try to address individual tasks or team tasks or even company level tasks. And so we have a rich set of this one, yes. So we have a rich set of tools and almost all of them will get the Copilot. So that's very important to understand that there are new tools, but it's a new set of addressing existing tools. So in each tools, like we have Windows, like we have Movie, we have Copilot. And in terms of user interface, most of the Copilot are you can address Copilot's prompt. You can put your prompt in a dedicated panel on the right. So, for example, uh, uh, Teams on chat, you get access to PowerPoint, you get access to Microsoft Copilot on the right hand panel. That's not the whole option. So really on this slide, we see that Copilot is a new way, a new UI. And the first is saying that it's a new UI for AI. That's very important to understand that. That's why we have so many Copilots. If it was a new tool, we will have one or two Copilots. But it's a new way to address existing tools. What is behind a Copilot? Behind a Copilot is the engine. So all Copilots are powered by large language models or LLMs. And LLMs are a set of algorithms. That's very important to understand that's not magic, but algorithm or algorithmic behind the LLM. And this is a way for algorithm to predict that's the reality behind LLMs. They are pretty best roles to follow symbols. And using a large amount of data, this can bring us what we think is a new sentence or new set of words. And that's how it works really. It's also very important to understand that GPT, we almost everybody know ChatGPT, but GPT are generative pre-trained transformers are mostly well known and well, they are really easy to understand text, and so they are designed to be good at generation. If you want to do image generation, the LLM isn't not a GPT, it's DALI, for example, which is another LLM. And if you want to do code generation, you will more use Codex, which is used, for example, in the GitHub Copilot. So in the rest of this presentation, we will mostly speak about GPT or text generation, but you should know that other way to generate this. So, okay. So GPT is a powerful, it's only one type of. With Microsoft 365, we use private instances of this LLM. So, for example, this ensures that your data is not mixed with the data of another tenant. So it brings all your data, manipulate all your data in a private instance for each. And that's very important in terms of data protection. The LLM is optimized for conversation. Okay. A very important point is that it has been trained to something in time, and it's not always learning. In fact, it was trained, and at some point it was the training was stopped, and it knows a lot of things since this new time. This is why, because at some point in the past, the first version of LLMs, for example, you ask him who is the queen or the king of England, say, let's say, because he was not aware of the queen. But right now there are 45 little bits in algorithm to introduce new content past the training period of the it can use data outside of the set. We said you can be informed that you queen or you king England, for example. So let's go to a short video which will help us explain what is the Copilot system and how it works. So this is I want to start. Oh. So, video start, but it's not okay. Start. Sure. Okay, no problem. So I will describe the static images, but it's really about the same. So this picture describes the three important parts of Microsoft 365 Copilot. Copilot in itself is the center. It's like an agent, an organizer trying to keep all things working. And the first important thing is on the top left is Microsoft 365 apps. Microsoft 3 Copilot for Microsoft 365, all action or all prompt will be put in the interface of Word, PowerPoint, and things like that. So you start from the apps, and then you can, in the apps, for example, say, okay, can you give me some information like that? And the LLM don't know your emails, don't know your actual draft, know everything about you, probably everything about you in the environment. So if you say, can you summarize my last email? It needs to get some more information about who are last emails, where they are, and about which people and stuff like that. So this information are gathered in Microsoft Graph. So this is the second important part of Microsoft Copilot. And when he has gathered some information, enough information about your emails, for example, he can send them to the LLM. The LLM is doing his own stuff about generation of text, answering your questions, and things like that. And after the prompt of the LLM, it will once again be changed using Microsoft Graph and any important information about your emails, your files that are in the answer of the LLM will be processed again with the Microsoft Graph. At the end, for the end user, the answer is coming back to Microsoft 365 apps where you ask questions, where you put the form. So this is how it works in the three parts of the system. One very important thing to understand also is that Copilot 365 is by construction a very private tool. You have your own interface, you have your own space, you ask your question, but your co-workers don't see the answer, don't see the question. So it's very important. The introduction, they have included a new capability, which is called Copilot pages. That's a very recent introduction. And Copilot pages allow to share an answer of a Copilot question to a group of co-workers. So that's very important because it's allow your work, when you are using Copilot work alone, and for this work, you can share it and collaborate with your co-workers. So let's try to finish video. Okay, so here you have the Copilot, standard Copilot. You ask your question, you put a prompt. And with the answer, you have the choice to keep it for you or to launch the editing pages. And by doing that, you create a page and you can share it. This is a loop page, if you already use the loop tool. And this allows, for example, a team of people to aggregate more and more information and to put all the results together, which is a very powerful way to work in collaboration mode. Here we see how we can add some more information to the same page as the first result created, who was created by the first prompt. And here it is. We can add more and more content, and we can collaborate using tool, using loop on this page. We can see in this demo as well that we can always put some reference to a specific content stored in your Microsoft 365 environment, like a Word document, things like that. And the resulting page is obviously very critical and very useful for your solution. Okay, so this is the introduction of the Copilot pages, which was, as I said, recent, something like a few weeks ago. You should also understand licensing, because some people in your company probably will take some benefits of the paid license, but to start using Copilot, to start to use your to train your people and help them trying to understand what is a prompt, how can it be used, things like that. You can use you can start at least with the Copilot free version. So there are on this slide 4 columns, one for each version. On the left, you have 2 Copilot versions for personal productivity. So you need personal license of Microsoft 365 for that. And on the right, you have the 2 most important versions of Copilot for organization. The first one is free. This is the third column. So this is free. In fact, not really free, but it can be accessed for all the people who have already Microsoft 365 license or business standard, business premium license. So for all these users, you just have to connect to with your ID, and then you get access to a free version, already very interesting, of Copilot, which is here the most important thing is that it's commercial protection. So it allows your user to share even confidential information, and they will not be used outside the section they are using, once again connected with their organization. And on the right, you have the biggest license, which is about 30 right now. And this version allows more and more capabilities, and the most important one is this one, is that you will get access to your Copilot directly into your Office tools like Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and Outlook, and Teams as well. And we have the mechanism we have seen in the previous slide, schema. It's using Microsoft Graph grounding. Is using Microsoft Graph to get information about your content, your Office content, like your emails, your meetings, and things like that. So that was the first step. Understand differentiation for Microsoft 365 versus, for example, ChatGPT or another. Governance. Governance is the second step, and it's really very important, because you can provide very powerful tools, but they are not correct improvement. You can provide some disaster. So this is more complex, but still the same idea of Microsoft 365 application. And why I put the stress on this slide is because we can see that by default, most of the content is coming from the graph. So it's using by default Microsoft 365 Copilot uses by default all the content of your tenant, all your files, all your emails, all your meetings, things like that. But you can have some more connection. For example, using Bing, you will get access to all the internet. It is important to get access to the latest information. For example, if you want to know who is the last king of England, you have this access. You can also have many plugins, so you can connect to different systems in most companies. There are many information in SAP system, in ServiceNow, system like that. And you have, for example, many owners sold outside Microsoft 365 environment. So that's very important to define what type of plugins you need and what type of plugins are not correct to be used in your company. And you can also connect here with the Dataverse and Power Platform capabilities. So this can be internal information and connected to your environment, but not directly in Microsoft 365 once again. So it's very important to understand that all components in Microsoft 365 channel will be owned and will be used by Microsoft 365, which is a good thing. But it can be also a bad thing because many channels you have so many bad documents, wrong version, old stuff, and sometimes you are sure you want to use only the latest version of, for example, a procedure or a document. So Microsoft is providing us a new capabilities which is called personalized Copilot. And it will be, as you will see in the little demo, it's a little video, that it's very easy to create personalized Copilot based only on a set of documents that you choose, and you choose the document probably because they are the most relevant for such specific, specific set of tasks or specific set of information. So here, for example, we have a document library in SharePoint, and you select, for example, final documents about drone release or stuff like that. You create a specific copilot, you set it, and that's it. So using this, you can share a copilot which is very dedicated to a specific topic, very based only on the very most latest document, most important document on a specific topic. So that's a very powerful and important capability to be able to define a very restrictive set of documents for your copilot, for a specific copilot, on a specific topic. Governance is also how to define in which direction I want to extend my copilot. So when you present copilot to your business, sometimes you want to extend it to some specific content. So we can show on this slide that you can extend the default data which is accessed by Microsoft Graph with internet information and with also using graph connectors to many other content. But definitely this should be defined by IT, and you should be sure that everything is correct in terms of security. You should also think about protecting your data because you should be sure that all the people accessing the data have the correct access. And for example, if there is very very secret Excel file somewhere in the HR space with all the salary of all amount of salary of the people in the company. If you upload the files, but you have access to it, you need read access, it's enough. Copilot can track it and it will use information in it, even if you don't know the access to this. So that's very important to measure the degree of secrecy that all the files in the company have. Sorry for that. I'm not sure what is happening. Yeah, it's going back. Defining the correct level of security on artifact in document is very, very critical to the success of Copilot for Microsoft 365. And then you go, once you have defined and what you have understood, and then you define elements, you can go to usage and adoption. So, what are the skills of LLMs? If we speak about usage, we should understand what the LLMs are designed for. They are very good at generating some good text. So you can imagine create a new commercial proposal. You can imagine creating a new slide deck, things like that. That's the skills, usual skills for LLMs. Sorry. Let me try to connect to the PC. Okay. They are also very good as completing some text. So you can imagine a proposal and you can add more content to it. So that's also a good activity for transformation. You can transform text. The most interesting one, I would say, the most interesting transformation we need very, very quickly is to transform from one language to the other. It's very, LLMs are very good to translating documents, but you can imagine also to transform a document to a list of bullet points or from a bullet point to a real text, things like that, create a table from a text or reverse. So transformation is very important usage for LLMs. Summarize, you are very good at summarizing content. You can also use it to answer questions. For example, if you have a very complex document about legal information like that, you can ask just a very easy question about this document. LLMs are very good. You can also converse, classify, which are most all the time not really well understood, but you can do that very quickly with LLMs. Classify information or discuss with LLMs about the documents. So these are the typical usage, and you should learn to your end user. Your end user should learn all these capabilities if they want to use it. This is a more detailed version of the slide, but same information. About usage, my study brief summary of this slide. This is the top 10 of the first action or prompt you can use on any Copilot implementation, Copilot from Microsoft 365. This gives us some of the more useful capabilities or prompts you can use in a Microsoft 365 environment. The first one is everything about recap meetings. So if you are doing a lot of meetings a day per day, you can understand that it will take you many times, and it's very convenient to be able to ask him to make a recap or to ask who has some ask some information during the meeting and things like that. So everything around meetings are very good to help us save some time. You can summarize or draft email. So everything around email is also very powerful because we spend all many times managing our emails, drafting new emails, or understanding the number of emails we receive. About document, we can summarize very easily, as I said, the document or get some quick information. You can also ask the Copilot to do some summary about a topic or a project. So that's very interesting to be able to summarize the latest news on a project, for example. You can also use it for creativity. So to boost your creativity, you can ask, for example, 10 names for a new project or a new product for a company, and you choose the one which is the most interesting for you. You can use it for in Word for writing or modifying some content. So that's very, very useful as well. And we have the translation option. We have already spoken, and we can also try to find a new content. So you can use Copilot to become an advanced search engine. And for example, you ask, can you provide me some document where it will state something? You remember the name of the document, but you remember who said something or who writes something about this document. And most probably, Copilot will find the document very quickly. So this was the 10 most useful use prompt in Copilot. But Microsoft provides us also about scenarios, functional scenarios, and they did a great job to summarize functional scenarios for different type of people. For example, people in finance probably don't need the same information or type of tools that the people in marketing or in legal department. So these functional scenarios are very interesting, and you can find it on the URL below the link. So at some point we should learn and we should teach our users how to make great prompt. This is the basic capabilities around Microsoft 365 Copilot, which is how to use the prompt. The following slide is giving us the information about what makes a good prompt. In fact, you should always have the goal. First, you should have the goal. So what we want from Copilot, you should start with that. Then you should provide as much content as you can, because the more content you provide, the more precise the result will be. So, for example, here we have for another meeting with such client. So focusing on their current state. So this type of content, context information will help Copilot to focus exactly on what you need and not on, for example, several meetings before the event or the question. You should also define very quickly your expectation. So this is the second part here. What type of answer do you expect? Here, for example, I am waiting for a tone that is friendly but authoritative. But same issue, the more precise you be, the more precise the answer by Copilot will be. And last but not least, the source of information. Here we can specify that we want to focus on email and team chat with people over the last 2 weeks. This part is very important because if you don't say that you want to focus on recent information, probably Copilot can go to very old information and not very, and can provide some not very useful information. So these are the best recommendation we can give to our end user on how to make a great prompt. But there are much more to say about prompting, and it can be a very long journey to be good at prompting. For example, you can teach your end users that there are many ways to make prompts. For example, you can make prompts with some example. You can make prompts with what they call soft prompts, saying, okay, you can do it like the way you want, but you can also say, you can do that, you cannot do that, so give me the answer that is not like that and that, and not that. You can also use iterative prompting, which means that you ask something and then you say, okay, the answer is not so good, I want more of this, more of that, or less of this, or that. So you can iterate on prompts. You can also which is very powerful, use meta prompting. So meta prompting is just a way to say, oh, hello, Pilot, I'm pretty sure you can help me this task. I don't know how to make for that. And you can expect Copilot to propose a prompt for a specific task. So this is called meta prompting, which is using Copilot to create a prompt to ask to Copilot, which is a very interesting concept. So I put a link describing all this option because it can be a very long training to learn all the prompt capabilities. And you should also warn your user that there are some things. One thing is magic, it's IT, it's computer, so you have some foreign limitation. In Copilot form, Copilot the document, the number, the size of document, Copilot can. For example, sometimes there was a limit of 20 pages in the Word document. Right now, so this is the last item on this slide. Right now, they have increased the limit to 80,000 words, which is big, but you understand that at some point, very huge point, you should probably cut them in several pieces for Copilot. There is also a very good place to improve your Copilot level or the level of your user, which is called Copilot Lab, which is a very interesting site where Microsoft is providing some of the best prompts you can use in different tools, different categories of generation or so Copilot Lab is definitely a good tool to improve your Microsoft capabilities. And my advice to all my customers is if you want to improve your prompting capabilities, you should definitely go to a more visual tools that is you can use generating text and capabilities of the LLM, but you can also use the image capabilities of designer, for example, the screenshot we can see, because this is more visual, so it's very convenient way to improve your capabilities in prompting, because we find a prompt with designer. For example, we say generate an image with a shark, for example, little modification in your prompt will be visual and will be easy to understand what is changing the result. It's more visual than doing that with text. For example, if you ask for the text of 10 pages doing that and that, more difficult to see the result and show the result when you modify the prompt. So train yourself using visual tools like generating visual images using Designer. So that's a great advice for any group to improve their capabilities in prompting. And that's the conclusion. So definitely that's the person I learned when I manage this type of project is to approach going from personal to governance and adoption. These are definitely the key to success for such type of projects. Thank you very much. And I am ready if you have questions.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Actually, you are from France?
Yeah.
Generally, the business user in France
Yeah.
use French in office, French language.
Yeah. Right.
How about the quality on French language of Copilot?
I would say right now it's very good.
Very good.
Yeah, very good. Because
Yeah.
Copilot can switch from English to French very easily. If you for example, take a text in English and you ask a question in French, is answering in French about your document in English. So really it's very good. And you can switch from one language to the other without any problem. Because I understand it's not the same for Korean right now.
Yes, actually, the Eastern Asia, like Korea and Japan, we have big trouble about language quality in the pilots.
Okay.
Because so those are came from the cultural difference and the language order.
Yeah.
The order of the sentence. So we are very we are suffer, extremely suffer.
Okay.
And quality on language Korean in pilots.
Interesting. I suppose it will increase time by the time because at the beginning in French it was as well very bad. But right now after 1 year or so, it's really good.
So we understand the Copilot in US and Europe.
Yeah.
Successfully deployed in many companies.
Yeah.
Because they have no problem in using Copilot in English and their language.
Yeah.
But we are different.
Yeah, this is also probably because the structural way of the language are similar. I mean, structure of a sentence in English is not far from what it is in French or German or Spanish. Maybe the difference are more different with Asian language, and so probably they have to manage it a different way. I'm sure it will come at some point, but not sure when. Okay, thank you.
아니 왜안 먹어요? 내가 할 게 아니고. 그냥 폰으로 촬영. 독실 안 한다.
웃음소리 안 해줘요? 아이고. 왜요?
Because Copilot agent changing every day.
Yeah,
예.
that's a problem because really moving technology.
저는 예전에 클라우드 엔지니어로 돼 있는 사람 어떻게 되게 했는데 오랜만에 뵈가지고 기억이 안 나지만 출연하고 있어가지고 좋아했다지만 오랜만에 뵈가지고 오랜만에
예. 몇 시부터니까? 그럼 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 제가 오늘 발표할 파일럿으로 팀용 챗봇을 구축하기 위한 기술 몇 가지 좀 말씀드리고, 사실 기술적인 내용보다는 그 기술을 가지고 구현하는 곳을, 코파일럿을 만들어보는 실습 라이브 데모 위주로 그렇게 진행을 하도록 하겠습니다. 와중에 기술적인 내용은 설명 좀 드리고 드리면서 진행을 하도록 할게요. 네, 일단 네, 이번 행사에 포함되신 시포트와 마이크로소프트 감사드리고요. 네, 감사드립니다. 메타네틱 플랫폼도 있고 시리즈도 있고 네, 감사드리고요. 그리고 이와 같은 세션이 제가 알기로도 이제 계속 전 세계를 진행되고 있는 걸로 알고 있습니다. 그래서 이런 날짜들과 도시를 잘 보시고 참석하시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 개인적인 소개를 잠깐 드리면 저는 원래 윈도우즈 서버 엔지니어 하다가 쉐어포인트 오픈스 시절에 쉐어포인트 MVP를 했고요. 그리고 이제 쉐어포인트 온프로미스가 점점 이렇게 사용되고 OP365가 생기면서 이제 OP365 MVP를 했었고, 현재는 이제 하고 있습니다. 비즈니스 어플리케이션 중에 이제 파워하고 파워 오토메이트 위주로 하고 있고, 요즘 이제 하다 보니 저희가 이제 저도 이제 같은 기반으로 파일럿 스튜디오로 하고 있고요. 네, 요 MVP 해서 회사를 창업을 해서 365와 파워 플랫폼 개발을 전문적으로 하는 회사를 창업해서 대표로 있습니다. 네, 오늘 이제 코파일럿 스튜디오를 이용해서 어떻게 그러니까 코파일럿을 구축하에 대해서 좀 말씀을 드릴 거예요. 실은 여기에 포함되어 있는 크게 기술이 파워 오토메이트와 이제 파워 X 두 가지 사용이 되는데, 파워 오토메이트는 주로 클라우드로 이용하고요. 이제 아까 전 시간에도 이제 언급이 많이 되긴 했는데, 실제로 코파일럿 스튜디오로 그러니까 마이크로소프트가 말하는 파일럿을 구축을 하면요, 거의 대부분의 구축이 파워 오토메이트가 대부분이에요. 왜냐하면 예전에는 안 그랬지만 지금은 생성형 AI가 문장에 대한 처리들은 다 알아서 해주거든요. 거기가 뭔가 우리가 조건 그런 게 없이 그냥 스팀이나 몇 가지만 넣어주면 거의 대부분 알아서 처리하고, 그리고 우리가 원하는 그런 거잖아요. 예를 들면 회의 시간이 빈 시간이 어디냐라고 물어보면 빈 시간을 알려주는 건 코파일럿이죠. 생성형 AI가. 근데 그 회의를 잡아주는 건 걔가 못하잖아요. 그렇게 실제 액션이 일어나는 건 모두 다 저 클라우드 플로어가 해야하도록 됩니다. 저 액션들은. 그러므로 코파일럿하고 나온 그 대화물을 실제 액션으로 이루어지게끔 해주는 역할이 저 클라우드 플로어가 하고 있기 때문에 저게 굉장히 중요하고요. 그러다 보니 클라우드 플로어의 다양한 시스템과 연계할 수 있는 굉장히 많은 기술들이 존재해요. 물론 이제 클라우드 플로어가 원래 나오기 훨씬부터 그 업무 자동화를 위한 도로서 있지만, 이게 코파일럿과 결합되면서 굉장히 코파일럿을 만드는 데 굉장히 많은 비중을 차지하고 있습니다. 그리고 챗GPT 같은 경우 사람들이 이제 물어보는 게 있어요. 챗GPT와 아니 같은 엔진을 쓰는 파일럿 두 개의 전략은 차이가 뭐냐? 뭐 회사 내부자를 한다 이런 거 사실은 있지만 그 챗GPT도 엔터프라이즈 버전이 따로 있잖아요. 거기에 다 명시되어 있어요. 자기 뭐 내부자료만 쓸 거 활용 안 되고 이런 다양한 비슷 내용들이 있는데, 근데 챗GPT가 따라올 수 없는 부분이 파일럿을 구축하면 바로 저 클라우드 스토어처럼 API 구축이 아니라 자동화된 어떤 도구를 이용해서 직접 액션들을 이루어주는 거를 굉장히 많은 것들을 만들어낼 수 있습니다. 두 번째가 이제 저 어젝티브 카드라는 게 있는데요. 뭐냐면 사용자의 입력을 받아야 돼요. 근데 챗GPT는 그렇지만 사용자의 입력을 정제받을 수 없어요. 막 넣는 것만 받을 수 있는 거지. 이 사람이 예를 들면 나는 메일 주소만 받고 싶은데 챗GPT 같은 일반적인 생성 AI에서는 뭔가 지침을 내리고 하겠지만 그 메일 주소만 딱 받는 편한 듯이 파일럿에서는 펄스에 있는 카드라는 기술을 활용해서 그런 내가 원하는 정확한 필터링된 답변을 받을 수 있거나, 아니면 뭐 특정 제품을 선택해 뭐 이렇게 질문을 하다 보면 특정 제품 중에서 골라야 돼요. 근데 그 제품 제품의 선택지를 특정 DB에서 가져와 이 중에 하나만 반드시 선택해야 되는 화면을 만들어야 돼요. 세팅 과정 중에. 그럴 때 사용하는 것이 저 어데이브 카드라는 기술입니다. 근데 이제 오늘 어댑티브 카드 말씀을 드릴 텐데, 저 어댑티브 카드라는 기술이 근데 조금 여러 가지 아직도 MS에서 굉장히 과도기적인 기술이에요. 왜냐하면 버전이 굉장히 높긴 한데, 카드라는 건 화면을 만드는 기술 중에 하나거든요. 화면에 그려는. 근데 그 클라이언트마다 화면 그리는 건 클라이언트마다 다 표시하는 방식이 다서 MS 내에서도 더 어댑티브 카드가 버전이 굉장히 많아요. 1.1부터 1.6까지 있는데 각 클라이언트마다 사용되는 버전이 다 다르다 보니까 그 버전을 맞추고 컨트롤하기가 힘들고요. 파워엑스 같은 경우는 어댑티브 카드 1.6 버전을 쓰는데 불행히도 코파일럿은 어댑티브 카드 1.5까지밖에 안 돼요. 그래서 지금 어댑티브 카드를 만드는 도구가 있는데 그 도구가 크게 두 개가 있어요. 어댑티브 카드 디자이너하고 파워엑스. 근데 파워엑스는 높아서 어댑티브를 현재는 만들 수 있지만 만든 그 것들을 코파일럿에 사용할 수는 없습니다. 그래서 어댑티브 카드 디자이너랑 약간 레거 그 전에는 엑스터널 디자이너라고 따로 있었어요. 그건 버전 1.2 버전. 아웃룩용을 만드는 화면을 만드는 기술. 지금 제가 봤을 때는 약간 크기적이에요. 버전도 서로 다르고 지원하는 버전이 다르다 보니까 비슷한 기술인데 어댑티브 카드 버전에 따라서 그 만드는 도구가 다 달라요. 그런 걸 봤을 때는 긍정적인 거고, 제가 봤을 때는 헬스 입장에는 가장 중요한 파워엑스로 다들 통합하는 과정을 거치고 있다라고 생각이 되고요. 향후에 아마 다 통합해서 하나의 도구로서 다 사용할 수 있게 될 거예요. 왜냐하면 예전에 있었던 어댑티브 카드 디자이너나 액션오버 메시지 같은 애들은 업데이트 안 되고 있어요. 옛날 그냥 버전 그대로 존재하는 상태거든요. 지금 최신 버전인 저걸로 통합할 것 같은데 아직까지는 저걸 쓸 수 없고 어댑티브 카드 디자이너에서 저희가 화면을 구성하고, 그리고 당연히 이제 뭐 팀즈나 그런 데서 알아야 될 것 같고요. 그래서 크게는 방금 말씀드린 두 가지 어댑티브 카드 디자이너와 오토메이트 기술을 활용해서 코파일럿을 구축을 합니다. 자, 이 코파일럿 스튜디오의 그 기술적 배경이 되게 긴데, 그냥 원래는 저 코파일럿 스튜디오가 그 P 플랫폼의 제품군의 하나로 버추얼 에이전트라는 제품에서 포함되어 있었어요. 근데 이게 코파일럿 오면서 버추얼 에이전트 코파일럿 스튜디오 이름이 바뀌고 생성자가 붙고 하면서 그 자리가 원래 파워 버추얼 에이전트였는데 저게 코파일럿 스튜디오로 지금 들어오게 됐습니다. 그래서 이런 구조가 돼서 사실 텍스트를 내부를 딱 뜯어보면 생성형 AI만 빼고 보면 내부의 파워 플랫폼이 있는 다양한 기술과 연동돼서 되면, 자, 코파일럿에 저희 참조 자료 같은 거 올려가지고 그 자료를 통해서 답변을 받을 수 있거든요. 그럼 도대체 그 자료는 어디에 올라갈까요? 그 자료는 이 웹 데이터버스에 올라가요. 그리고 코파일럿을 만들어주면 이 코파일럿은 보시 생성되는데 그 보스는 어느 위에 있냐면 이것도 역시 데이터버스에 있어요. 이런 식으로 파워 플랫폼에 통합돼서 현재 동작하고, 그래서 파워 플랫폼과 연계가 굉장히 자유롭고, 그리고 아까 말씀드렸지만 실제로 컴퓨터 만들 때 주로 오토메이트 쓰고 커넥터는 파워 플랫폼에서 쓰고 화면을 만들 때는 사실 파워 엑스를 만들고, 지금은 아직 지원이 안 되지만 이런 식으로 파워 플랫폼의 기술들이 또 통합돼서 전개되어 있기 때문에 하시다 보면 결국은 이제 파워 플랫폼을 쳐야만 조금 어떤 코파일럿을 좀 만들 수 있고, 나중에 문제가 생겼을 때 트러블 슈팅하는 그런 과정에서 대한 지식이 필요한 건 사실입니다. 그래서 파워 플랫폼의 제품 중에 하나다. 이게 가장 중요한 겁니다. 코파일럿 스튜디오로 사실 코파일럿이라는 용어가 되게 여기저기서 막 쓰이고 있어가지고 좀 헷갈려요. 근데 사실은 제가 어떻게 하냐면 파일럿을 챗봇이라고 그냥 하면 그럼 거의 얼추 다 맞습니다. 네. 챗봇을 만드는 도구라고 생각하시면 좀 쉽고요. 거기서 뭔가 약간 챗봇 이런 용어가 있기 때문에 파일럿 스튜디오 할 수 있는 게, 원래 챗봇을 만들 때는 사실 세 가지 방법이 있어요. 2365에 있는 스카이업, 그 챗봇에서 커스터마이징 하는 게 있고, 두 번째는 단독형 챗봇을 만드는 거, 그리고 세 번째는 AI 스튜디오 같은 걸 이용해서 코드 레벨로 개발하는 세 가지 방법인데, 파일럿 스튜디오는 저 앞에 두 가지를 지원하고요. 저도 이제 이 부분을 옛날 방식으로 막 만들고 있었는데, 어저께 데모를 일을 하다 보니까 갑자기 에이전트라는 기능이 생겨서 그 에이전트를 써봤는데 챗봇을 만드는 과정이 엄청나게 쉬워졌다라는 걸 느꼈어요. 그전에는 그렇게 만들려면 되게 복잡했고, 그리고 심지어는 코팔 스튜디오에서 팀즈용 챗봇을 만들 때 당연히 돼야 됐다고 생각하는 여러 가지 기능들이 안 돼가지고 그걸 막 어댑티브 값으로 역전을 했었거든요, 기존에는. 근데 지금은 그냥 버튼 몇 번 클릭하면 됩니다. 예를 들면 막 일주일씩 걸렸던 걸 지금 뭐 하루 만에 만들 수 있는 형태로 굉장히 많이 좋아졌고요. 그래서 코팔 스튜디오가 굉장히 좋다고 말씀드릴 수 있고, 그 다음에 아까 전 시간에 가격 얘기가 나왔는데, 가격을 말씀드리면, 코팔 스튜디오는 거의 메시지 한 건당 1원 정도 비용이 나와요. 생성형 AI를 쓰면 메시지 2건 차감하기 때문에 2원 정도. 그래서 그렇게 이해하시면 돼요. 왜냐면 하나 27,000원, 25,000건을 주거든요, 메시지를. 그래서 그래서 뭐 수익 받고 하면 뭐, 아무튼. 그래서 메시지가 한 건 1원 정도 된다. 그리고 생성형 AI가 붙으면 2원이 된다. 이렇게 이해하시면 가격은 편리하게 이해할 수 있습니다. 그래서 얘를 가지고 굉장히 그 챗봇을 우리가 생각하는 챗GPT 같은 일반적인 거를 만들어서 전섭에 보면 비용이 어마어마하게 나와요. 그래서 그렇게 한다기보다는 얘는 약간 틀려요. 그러니까 목적이 정해져 있는, 예를 들면 휴무가 챗봇을 만들고 싶어요. 혹은 회사의 인사 복리 규정을 모르고 싶은 챗봇을 만들고 싶어요 하면 그거는 질문이 그렇게 많지 않고 자료의 어떤 뭐라고 하죠? 그 자료의 범위가 되게 작은 그런 부분이기 때문에 이 코팔리스트를 만드는 것이 가장 효율적으로 보입니다. 그래서 코팔리스트 쓰시는 거고 지금 만들기가 너무 쉬워져가지고 네, 굉장히 쉽게 하실 수 있습니다. 제가 그래서 데모를 이제 하나 만들어 볼 텐데요. 제가 선택한 건 이제 근로기준법에 대해서 물어보고 답변만 입니다. 자, 굉장히 사실 쉽게 만들 수 있어요. 다만 여기다가 몇 가지 기능들을 추가하면서 조금씩 강화를 시켜나가는 대로 한번 해보겠습니다. 자, 지금 이게 코파일럿 스튜디오 여러분들도 그냥 쓰시면 프리뷰 버전은 그냥 쓰실 수 있어요. 30일 쓸 수 있고 실습하는데 아마 오늘 제가 이렇게 빨리빨리 만들면 한 5분이면 되고 천천히 만들면 한 30분이면 만들 수 있기 때문에 한번 그냥 해보시는 거 좋습니다. 코파일럿을 챗봇이라고 생각하면 그냥 이 만들기에 신규 코파일럿을 신규 챗봇 만드실 거예요. 그리고 어저께 추가된 어제라고 말씀하셔서 저는 어제 확인했는데 얼마 전에 추가된 그게 뭐냐면 이 코파일럿 마이크로소프트 365 내가 M365 코파일럿 쓰고 있다면 여기 클릭하셔가지고 이 에이전트를 만드는 기능이 추가됐어요. 이 에이전트가 뭐냐면 M365에 붙어있는 챗봇이라고 보시면 되고요. M365에 챗봇이 붙어있으면 어떻게 동작하냐면 여기 보면 이제 그 팀즈에 코파일럿을 눌러보면 여기 오른쪽에 보면 여기 에이전트가 보이죠. 지금 비주얼 크리에이터 에이전트가 있네. 이게 이미지 생성하는 에이전트거든요. 이것으로 제공되는 거고 그거 말고 제가 만든 이렇게 에이전트가 다 추가가 돼요. 그러면 이렇게 클릭해가지고 인사협력과 행동강령을 보면 여기에 있는 이 네모 칸들은 미리 제가 다 만들어 수 있습니다. 그래서 클릭해가지고 확인 누르면 얘가 저희 회사의 행동령에 있는 문서를 뒤져가지고 그 문서를 이렇게 쭉 해줍니다. 자기 회사만의 코파일럿을 볼 수가 있죠. 그것이 에이전트라고 보이고요. 에이전트 만드는 거는 제가 간단히 먼저 에이전트부터 하면 이미 전 시간에 보여드렸지만 네, 그거는 유튜브 송출이 안 돼서 M365 코파일럿 들어가서 그냥 추가 누르시고요. 여기다가 에이전트 이름 설명과 지침을 넣으면 됩니다. 근데 저는 그냥 이렇게 넣으면 된다라는 사실 말고요. 그리고 여기 시작 프롬프트가 바로 아까 그 처음에 보면 요거 있죠, 요게 시작 프롬프트예요. 그래서 시작 프롬프트에 제가 여기다가 클릭해가지고 여기다가 금품수수에 대해 알려준 이렇게 넣고 그다음에 경목금지 경목에 대해 요 두 개가 네모칸으로 딱딱 표시가 되고 이 프롬프트가 그냥 실행되는 거예요. 저장 눌러가지고 하면 되고요. 이 창조자는 자 클릭할 수 있는데 현재는 쉐어포인트가 내부 데이터 요거밖에 안 됩니다. 그래서 클릭하셔가지고 현재는 쉐어포인트밖에 안 돼요. 쉐어포인트 저희 회사의 인사 강령이 있는 사이트 주소를 좀 잘 잘라 가지고 이걸 이렇게 넣으시면 이렇게 하면 끝이 만들어집니다. 이렇게. 그러니까 회사의 쉐어포인트 위치, 파일이 있는 위치 정하고 몇 가지 지침과 설명을 넣고 사용자가 편리 쓸 수 있도록 메뉴 구조 만들고 하면 에이전트가 만들어지면 끝납니다. 그리고 이걸 팀즈에 배포하는 건 사실은 이거는 팀즈가 다른 앱들을 어떻게 배포하는지 알고 있으면 굉장히 솔직히 할 수 있어요. 그러니까 내가 혼자 개인적으로 할 수도 있고 회사에서 열어줬으면. 근데 보통 큰 기업들은 열어주지 않죠. 그래서 그거를 압축 파일로 받아가지고 요거를 압축 파일로 내려받으면 zip 파일로 내려받아지거든요. 그 zip 파일을 회사 담당자 주면 그 담당자가 선포해 줄 거예요. 왜냐하면 이 앱배포가 방식과 다르지 않아요. 그래서 그 앱배포가 하고 그 앱은 권한을 줘가지고 특정 사용자만 쓰게 할 수도 있고 그 권한 처리도 가능하기 때문에 이렇게 배포하시면 수분 이내에 저처럼 에이전트가 이렇게 표시가 되고요. 얘를 딱 클릭하면 이렇게 에이전트의 여기에 있는 메뉴가 나오는 에이전트를 쉽게 만들 수가 있습니다. 그래서 굉장히 에이전트가 되어 있어요. 이거는 진짜 한 번만 딱 해보시면 정말 쉽게 만들 수 있습니다. 자, 그리고 코파일럿 스튜디오에서 이제 얘기해 볼게요. 코파일럿 스튜디오를 만드는데 코파일럿 스튜디오 만드는 과정도 사실은 제가 근로기준법 관련된 곳을 만든다고 하면 그냥 만들기 누르고요. 지침을 넣으면 됩니다. 그리고 여기서 이제 큰 차이 있어요. M3 파일 에이전트하고 이 코파일럿 스튜디오에 있는 파일럿하고 어디서 큰 차이가 나냐면 쉐어포인트 데이터를 참조해야 될 경우가 발생했을 때 M3 코파일럿은 사이트 주소를 적으면 그 사이트에 있는 파일을 뒤져주고 검색해가지고 처리하거든요. 코파일럿 스튜디오는 그게 안 됩니다. 그런 게 없어요. 현재는 뭐만 되냐면 쉐어포인트에서 만들어진 파일이 아니고 쉐어포인트에 있는 사이트 페이지만 오던 페이지라고 쉐어포인트도 이렇게 그 에디터가 있거든요. 그 에디터 작성한 내용에 대해서만 동작하고 현재는 파일은 안 된다고 되어 있어요. 작성한 페이지, 모던 페이지라고 하는 사이트 페이지만 된다고 돼요. 그래서 얘는 그게 잘 안 돼요. 그래서 참조 자료를 그래서 그냥 이름은 비슷한데 얘는 안 된다고 돼 있어가지고 파일이 파일을 올려놓는데 이 파일을 올려놓을 때 안 나오는 얘는 파일을 만들어 놓고 올려야 돼요. 처음부터는 못 올리고 만들어 놓고 그것이 만들었어요. 그러면 이제 참조자를 추가할 수 있습니다. 네. 여기다가 자 제가 그래서 여기 블로그 좀 받아놓은 게 있으니까 추가를 하면 내부적으로 어떻게 동작하냐면 이 파일을 요 봇이 이제 봇을 만드는데 봇이란 솔루션이 하나 만들어지거든요. 그 솔루션 안에 파일을 첨부합니다. 그리고 내부에서 뭔가 여러 가지 조치를 취하면서 참조자를 뭔가 작업하고 있죠. 네. 작업을 합니다. 한번 하고요. 저거는 시간이 걸리기 때문에 기다렸다 보고 자 그리고 나서 그러면 이제 간단하게 이미 됐어요. 근데 이 스튜디오가 아직까지 그 파워 에이전트의 잔재가 좀 남아있어요. 예전에 그 생성회의가 없을 때는 이 토픽이라고 해가지고요. 내가 이 봇한테 물어볼 질문의 리스트를 다 만들었어야 됐어요. 만들면 그거에 딱 맞춘 답변을 얘가 답변해주는 형태로 동작했거든요. 그게 토픽이에요. 보니까 자, 레슨 1이라고 되어 있는 토픽이 눌러보면 이 토픽은 시간, 시간 뭐 이렇게 있죠. 보이시죠? 그래서 여기다가 만약에 마감 시작을 하시면 그러면 저 문구에 맞게끔 얘가 플러스가 쭉 돌면서 답변을 이렇게 해드려 있어요. 저희는 이런 게 필요가 없죠. 생성형 AI 써니까. 그래서 이걸 다 꺼야 됩니다. 그래서 시작하자마자 제일 먼저 하는 게 끄는 거예요. 이거 MS가 좀 디폴트로 꺼졌으면 좋겠습니다. 귀찮아 죽겠어요. 마트마다 꺼야 돼요. 왜냐면 이런 거 안 쓸 거니까요. 그래서 이거 끕니다. 끄면 자, 토픽이 뭐냐면 이 문구를 보시 받았을 때 동작하는 거라고 말씀드렸잖아요. 근데 여기 이건 사용자 지정 토픽이고 원래 시스템 토픽들이 있어요. 여기 잘 보면 트리거가 알 수 없는 토픽이라고 되어 있는 게 있죠. 즉 무슨 얘기? 사람들이 질문을 했는데 봇이 토픽에 딱지 않아가고 잘 이해했어요. 그럼 무조건 알 수 없는 토픽을 타게 됩니다. 그리고 세계상황 AI가 들어오면서 컨버세이셔널 부스팅이라는 알 수 없는 토픽이 생겼어요. 그래서 내가 물어봤는데 봇이 무슨 말인지 못해요. 무조건 얘기를 해요. 그래서 얘를 클릭해서 토픽을 딱 보면 이 토픽은 트리거, 알 수 없는 의도 인식 시, 그러니까 말이 무슨 말인지 모르겠어요. 그랬을 때 생생한 답변을 만들어가지고 앤서, 답변이 값이 비어있지 않으면 말이죠. 그게 아니라 생성형 답변을 만들어서 답변을 주고요. 값이 비어있지 않으면, 즉 답변이 있으면 토픽을 종료합니다. 자, 이거는 M365 그 코파일럿하고 가장 큰 차이점 중에 하나인데요. 얘는 프로세스를 타고 있잖아요. 그렇기 때문에 자, M365 코파일럿에서 만약에 에이전트를 만들면 그 내부에는 프로세스가 없어요. 내가 질문한 답변을 중에 끝이에요. 근데 내부에 프로세스가 있기 때문에 내가 질문했을 때 행사 답변을 주고 거기에 또 다른 질문 답변하고 또 다른 질문 답변을 이 프로세스를 이어서 만들 수 있어요. 그러니까 하나의 어떤 일괄된 업무 프로세스라면 뭐 전자결제나 첫 번째 프로세싱이 받고 있어요. 에이전트는 그런 프로세스, 현재는 프로세스 기능은 없어요. 그냥 답변 주고가 딱 끝이에요. 그래서 목적 유무가 조금 다른 거예요. 물론 얘도 똑같은 요즘 정도로 수준은 있죠. 근데 그런 부분 차이가 있고요. 여기서 보시면 첫 번째로 보일 거냐면 저는 요거를 만약에 질문을 해서 얘가 이제 답변을 잘 해주거든요. 큐가 기준 이렇게 치면 얘가 쭉 돌면서 내부 데이터 참조해가지고 답변을 쭉 줘요. 자, 주는데 네, 참조가 나오죠. 참조는 다 업로드한 문서입니다. 근데 이 참조가 지금 한글이 좀 깨지네요. 어쨌든 네, 이렇게 참조된 문서들이 쭉 나옵니다. 업로드한 문서 중에 어느 부분을 참조했는지 쭉 나오고요. 그리고 제가 이걸 이렇게 한번 해볼게요. 답변을 딱 주면 이 답변을 다른 사람에게 메일로 보내는 거예요. 이 상황에서 그냥 그 바로 이제 액션이죠. 메일로 보내지 못하잖아요. 그래서 여기다가 추가합니다. 노드를 추가해서 질문해요. 그러면 공수가 메일로 방송하시겠습니까? 추가하고 여기다가 옵션을 넣습니다. 예. 자, 그러면 예상으로 다중 옵션이기 때문에 값이 나와요. 이렇게. 보이죠? 이렇게 하지 말고 얘를 순서를 그냥 이렇게 할까요? 자, 이렇게 해서 예 아니요 눌러가지고 만약에 여기죠. 예이면 메일을 보낼 거예요. 그래서 여기다가 보니까 이렇게 하면 물어보잖아요. 예이면 메일을 보낼 겁니다. 메일 어떻게 보내냐? 이 플러스 넣어가지고요. 작업 호출했다. 자, 작업은 여러 가지로 만들 수 있어요. 근데 명시적으로 만들기가 제일 쉬운 건 이 흐름입니다. 흐름. 오토메이트. 이렇게 누르면 오토메이트 클라우드 플로어가 실행되고요. 코파일럿 스튜디오에서 그 흐름에 따라 특정선을 만들고 있는 그래서 트리거가 코파일럿에서 흐름이 실행이라는 트리거가 되고요. 이렇게 됩니다. 그 중간에 이제 메일을 발송해야죠. 여기다가 SMT 발송할 수 있는 액션을 추가합니다. 네, 아웃드 보니까 메일 보내기가 있나요? 클릭하면 얘가 위에 보면 누구한테 보낼 거냐? 받는 사람 제목 나오잖아요. 자, 이 받는 사람 제목 본문은 저희가 어떻게 할 거냐면 코파일럿에서 받을 거예요. 그죠? 그래서 코파일럿에서 받는다는 의미는 무슨 얘기냐면 이 트리거에서 입력을 받을 겁니다. 그래서 여기다가 그다음에 서브젝트 그다음에 메일 받으라고 합니다. 혹시 모르니까. 이렇게 세 개를 쓰면 입력값을 만들었잖아요. 그러면 서브 메일 보내기에 여기에다가 요 입력값을 넣을 수가 있는데 메일 상이 받는 사람이 무엇 모드로 전환해야만 변수를 쓸 수 있어요. 저 받은 값을 넣을 수 있어요. 이거 클릭하고 누르면 파일 흐름 실행에 이 세 가지 값이 나오죠. 메일 2, 제목은 서브 메일 바디. 하면 제가 뭘 만들었냐면 코파일럿에서 정보를 받아가지고 메일을 보내는 걸 만들었습니다. 자, 요걸 굉장히 다양한 일정을 처리할 수도 있고 아니면 뭐 내부에 뭐 파트너 연동해가지고 셀에다가 뭐 줄 수도 있고 뭐 이런 액션들을 다양하게 할 수 있어요. 그것이 포메이트가 하는 역할이죠. 지금 제가 간단히 보였지만 이제 사실 실무에서는 굉장히 복잡한 한 수백 개의 커넥터를 활용해가지고 연동하는 뭐 시나리오가 많이 나오거든요. 저희도 그렇게 많이 개발하고 이런 식으로 구현을 합니다. 자, 이렇게 됐으면 이제 코파일럿을 한번 여기서 볼게요. 자, 저장 후 새로 고침을 해야 된다고 합니다. 그래서 저장 후 그러면 여기에서 이제 다시 눌러서 작업 포츠를 눌러보면 요 밑에 제가 만들어 놨던 흐름들이 표시가 이렇게 될 겁니다. 근데 제가 이름을 잘못 정했네요. 메인일 것 같아요. 클릭하면 제가 코파일럿에서 아까 입력 변수로 메일 투 서브젝트 메일 바디를 이렇게 입력을 해놨잖아요. 그러니까 이게 표시가 되고 이제 메일을 넣어주면 돼요. 자, 첫 번째 메일 투는 누구에게 메일을 보낸 건지를 적어야 되는데 자, 누구에게 메일을 보낸 건지를 적으려고 봤더니 받아야 되는데 아직 받지를 못하잖아요. 그냥 일단은 제 메일을 써보겠습니다. 그리고 제목은요. 사용자가 질문 내용을 넣어줄 거예요. 그리고 메일 바디 답변 사용자가 질문해서 답변 받은 걸 넣을 건데 자 그러려고 보니까 생성형 답변 만들기에서의 입력은 activity.text라고 되어 있죠. 요걸 넣어주면 될 것 같아요. 그래서 여기다가 제목에다가 클릭해서 여기 클릭하면 이제 변수를 넣을 수가 있거든요. activity.text는 시스템 변수 중에 하나예요. 그래서 activity.text 넣고요. 본문은 바디는 이 사람 여기서 보면 질문을 했나요? 그 내용 중에 보면 디폴트 값에 이 부분 보이죠? 조건, answer. 그래서 여기다가 answer를 그렇죠. 그러면 저희가 예상하는 시나리오는 질문을 하면 메일로 보낼 거냐고 물어보고 얘를 누르면 이 플로우로 가서 메일을 보내는 거죠. 그리고 메일을 완료하면 메시지를 하나 보낼게요. 여기다가 이게 달성되었습니다. 그리고 픽을 종료하겠습니다. 근데 또 픽 종료. 픽을 종료하지 않으면 얘가 이 안에서 계속 돌고 있기 때문에 다시 시작할 수가 하기가 좀 힘들어요. 그렇게 했습니다. 그러면 제가 한번 해볼게요. 자, 처음부터 해서 이번에는 다시 한번 컨디션. 그러면 얘가 추가 기준으로 해서 쭉 해주고 코스상 네 메일로 전송하겠습니다. 얘안 물어보잖아요. 얘를 누르면 자 첫 번째 얘를 누르면 얘가 뜻하면서 요 작업을 타게 됩니다. 해야 되는데. 네? 아, 이쪽도 못했네요. 이건 지울게요, 이거. 네. 요건이 첫 번째가 값이 비어있지 않으면 무조건 먼저 들어와가지고 줄로 뒀습니다. 그래서 지우고 있어야 되는데. 자, 휴가 조건. 그래서, 네, 얘는, 누르면, 시간이 없어서 진행하겠습니다. 사실은 궁극적으로 원하는 건 얘를 눌러서 메일이 발송이 되는데 궁극적으로 원하는 건 누공이죠. 이게 원래는 사람이 입력하는 데 좋은 거예요. 값이 정해져 있는 거고. 그래서 저는 입력을 받겠습니다. 자, 근데 이 코팔러스에서 개발을 할 때 이런 조건, 간단한 조건 정도는 이렇게 여기는 뭐 질문이라는 카드를 이용해서 만들 수가 있는데 실제로 사용자한테 텍스트를 정보를 받거나 아니면 선택값을 받는 것은 어댑티브 카드라는 것을 이용해서 여기 보면 어댑티브 카드의 한국명이 적응형 카드입니다. 적응형 카드를 클릭해 보면 이렇게 카드를 만들려고 하고요. 자, 여기서 클릭해 보면 오른쪽에 보면 편집하라고 나와 있죠. 근데 이게 뭔지 잘 모르겠잖아요. 네, 사실은 잘 보면 적응형 카드 디자이너가 있습니다. 디자이너 클릭해서 그러면 어댑티브 카드 디자이너 사이트가 뜨고요. 이 사이트에서 직접 디자인을 할 수 있어요. 물론 여기 뭐 코드가 있고 되게 복잡해 보이지만 사실은 굉장히 간단합니다. 할 거 뭐냐면 메일 주소를 입력받으니 그래서 뉴 카드 눌러가지고요. 랭크 요겁니다. 요거인데 왼쪽에 보면 사용할 수 있는 엘리먼트들이 존재합니다. 선택할 건데 이 주소를 입력받아야 되겠네. 여기서 인풋 텍스트가 있어야 되죠. 이걸 딱 눌러요. 그럼 얘가 들어가면서 자동으로 만들어줍니다. 그리고 자 인풋 텍스트 들어갔죠? 근데 여기 잘 보면 어떻게 되죠? 워닝을 잘 보셔야 돼요. 타겟 버전이 웹챗 버전보다 높대요. 근데 저희가 이제 지금 이 어디브 카드를 표시할 위치가 어디냐면 그래서 이 호스트 앱 중에 심지어 이거 그럼 없어졌죠 이제 맞춰야 돼요. 그래서 얘가 그게 제일 어려워요. 비슷한데 그리고 얘가 사용되는 게 M365에서 어마어마한 곳에서 되게 많이 쓰이거든요. 저희도 어디브 카드를 해서 굉장히 많이 도움을 받았어요. 제가 이제 개발도 하는데 쉐어포인트 개발, 뭐 팀즈 개발, 뭐 아웃룩 개발 다 하는데 거기서 어디브가 다 써요. 물론 이제 버전이 다 다르긴 하지만 네. 근데 어쨌든 그렇게 쓰고요. 여기 보면 엑스터널 메시지는 이 아웃룩에서 쓰는 거고 조금씩 디자인이 달라지고 이게 달라지긴 하잖아요. 근데 여기도 보시면 이제 밸리데이션 체크에서 하나 어디고요 버전 문제는 근데 여기 또 있어요. all input level 유닉 있어야 된대요. 그래서 유닉 아이디가 있어야 되는 건 무슨 얘기냐면 기존 인풋 요 인풋 텍스트라는 애가 유닉 아이디라는 데가 있어야 된다고 해서 아이디가 여기가 비어 있네요. 그래서 여기다가 아이디가 없습니다. 아이디 적었더니 없었습니다. 자, 그러면 이제 기본적인 디자인은 완성이 된 거고요. 그래서 차드 페이로드 에디터라고 나오는 여기에서 복사해가지고 그냥 여기다 붙여넣기 하시면 됩니다. 그래서 어댑티브 카드 만드는 요령은 이렇게 하는 겁니다. 그러면 여기서 얘가 물어봐요. 그래서 제가 이거 한번 해볼게요. 여기서 저장하고 토픽에 오류가 있긴 하네요. 무슨 오류가 있는지 봤더니 토픽 봤더니 네 적응형 카드에 필수 속성 타입이 있습니다. 작업 제출 버튼이 없습니다. 라고 되어 있죠. 영어로 하면 조금 쉬운데 한글로 해서 조금 헷갈리긴 하는데 뭐냐면 자 붙여보세요. 자 여기는 제가 텍스트를 입력해요. 하지만 뭐가 없냐? 입력만 하면 끝나는 게 아니라 입력한 거를 어딘가에 보내야 돼요. 그래야 코파일럿에서 받을 거 아니에요. 작업 버튼, 그러니까 서브밋 버튼이 없는 거예요. 아까 작업 제출이라고 있는데 그게 그 서브밋 버튼이 어디냐? 이 액션셋에 있어요. 액션셋을 여기 넣고요. 그리고 액션셋에 보면 add on action이라고 나옵니다. 클릭하셔가지고 여기서 action.submit을 클릭하면 되는데 자 여기에 뭐가 되게 많은데요. 여기 중에서 한 가지 말씀드리면 요 액션.요 스크립트 요게 가장 최신 버전에서 쓰는 거고 그 전 버전들이 네 가지 쓰는 여기 서브밋에 쓰는 거예요. 근데 아직 저 팀즈 쪽은 이 서브밋에 쓰게 돼 있습니다. 서브밋을 눌러서 도입하고요. 이 서브밋에다가 이제 이름을 넣습니다. 요 책이 그치. 자, 이렇게 두면 돼요. 그 다음에 요거를 또 써가지고 여기다가 저금카드에다가 붙여넣습니다. 그리고 검색의 대라가 없어졌죠. 그래서 두 개가 생겼습니다. 이 두 개가 출력이 생겼는데 뭐냐면 이 여기다가 입력하고 매일성 버튼을 눌렀을 때 이 입력은 제가 아이를 퀴트 입력하고 했어요. 여기 매일성에 그러므로 저는 여기다가 이제 지우고 이거 다 지우고 여기다가 메일 투 인풋 이걸 딱 넣는 거죠. 그럼 뭐가 되냐? 사용자가 쭉 더 적응 카드가 나오고 이 적응 카드에서 한 정보가 어디 들어가냐면 메일 수신자 정보에 들어가는 오토메이트. 이런 식으로 동작하는 거고요. 네, 제가 한번 오류가 나가지고 한번 다시 해볼게요. 그리고 게시 한번 하겠습니다. 자, 근로기준법이 뭐냐? 오토메이트 연동을 되는 건 있는데 이렇게 하면 네, 메일로 전송하시겠습니까? 물어보고 얘 누르면 얘 적응형 카드가 물어봅니다. 메일 발송할지를. 그럼 여기다가 제 메일 발송 버튼 누르면 네, 뭐냐면 메일 처치라고 했을 때는 권한을 요청하는 이유는 뭐냐면 제가 메일을 발송할 때는 아웃룩을 통해서 발송하잖아요. 인증을 받아요. 아웃룩에. 그래서 연결을 누르면 얘가 이제 이 부분은 이제 파워 플랫폼에서 공사를 원리인데 이 권한 문제 때문에 반드시 인증을 받아야 되고 그렇다고 사용자한테 매번 인증받을 수 없기 때문에 파워 플랫폼에서는 커넥션이라는 그 연결 정보를 별도로 하고 있어요. 한번 인증하면 그래서 인증을 받지 않습니다. 그래서 연결을 눌러서 로그인을 한번 해줘야 되는데 그 로그인 정보는 제가 지금 로그인 되어 있기 때문에 아마 제 계정으로 로그인 될 거예요. 연결이 됐고요. 될 거고 연결이 되면 여기서 사용한 이진 정보를 이용해서 메일을 발송하게 됩니다. 메일을 발송하게 될 거고요. 이거를 이렇게 같으니까요. 자, 이제 추가로 좀 말씀드리면, 자, 이 적응형 카드 보면 여기서 이제 조금 더 바꿀 수 있는 것들이 있어요. 뭐냐면, 자, 첫 번째, 여기 폴더 텍스트가 이렇게 돼 있으니까 약간 이상하잖아요. 그래서 이거는 보면 여기다가 유저 골뱅이 이렇게 돼 있고요. 그리고 여기에 이게 밸리데이션 체크가 됩니다. 유효성 검증. 그리고 밑에 내려보면 여기 속성도 있는 거 맥시멈 랭스 뭐 이런 것도 지원됩니다. 디폴트 값도 있고요. 그리고 조금 더 여러분들이 그 이제 파워 플랫폼 좀 다를 줄 알면 이 디폴트 값을 사용자 그러니까 텍스트로 쳐놓는 게 아니고 변수에서 받아오거나 로그인 연결을 디폴트 넣어줄 수도 합니다. 자, 밸리드 체크 보면 밸리드 체크를 리콰이어 하고 뭘 하려고 하냐면 메일 주소 사용식이 아닙니다. 메일 주소 형식을 체크해가지고 에러를 내려고 해요. 패턴은 표현식을 써야 됩니다. 표현식을 제가 물으면 어떡하죠? 네, 컴파일한테 물으면 뭐죠? 얘가 잘 알려줬습니다. 그래서 그냥 갖다 쓰겠습니다. 여기 잘 됐네요. 해가지고. 턴에 넣고요. 넣습니다. 그리고 여기 보니까 레이블이 있어야 되는데요. 레이블에다가 여기다가 메일 주소. 제가 이제 유효성 검증을 넣어서 그런 거예요. 그 다음에 이거를 카피해가지고 그러면 이제 카드가 조금 더 사용자 친화적으로 바뀌었죠. 이제 해볼까요? 뭐라고 해요? 메일 전송하시겠습니까? 예. 자, 메일 주소를 치라고 해요. 저는 메일 주소 치고 인증을 받았으니까 네. 여기 에러가 났네요. 스키마가 잘못 나왔는데 이거는 희한하게 다 메일 잘 나갑니다. 다시 아마 이거 적응 카드 요거를 그 소프트를 지웠다가 다시 만들면 될 거예요. 제가 지금 뭘 잘못했는데 아마 가장 의심스러운 건 다른 오토메이트를 선택을 잘못한 것 같아요. 제가 여러 개를 또 비슷한 걸 만들어 놔가지고 그래서 이런 식으로 구현을 합니다. 그런데 여기서 한 가지 문제가 있는데 뭐가 있냐면 여기서 잘못한 게 뭐가 있냐면 액티비티 메시지라고 되어 있죠. 이거 액티비티 메시지 액티비티 텍스트는 사실은 뭐냐면 사용자가 텍스트로 기재한 마지막 페이지. 실제로 이걸 돌려보면 메일의 제목이 질문한 게 아니고 예라고 합니다. 예. 왜냐하면 사용자가 마지막에 쓴 거거든요. 그래서 이걸 어떻게 하냐면 처음에 첫 번째에다가 변수를 만듭니다. 그래서 변수값 세 변수를 만들어가고요. 변수를 퀘스천이라고 이름을 짓는 거예요. 그리고 이 퀘스천은 뭐냐 하면 바로 퀘스천은 시스템 변수인 액티비티 텍스트죠. 요거 그런 겁니다. 왜냐하면 저 액티비티 텍스트는 사용자가 뭔가 답변을 하다가 계속 바뀌는 정보이기 때문에 그래요. 그래서 첫 질문을 받으면 그 질문 그거를 그 퀘스천이라는 변수를 만들어 놓고 그 퀘스천의 변수를 넣어주는 첫 번째로 그리고 나서 실제로 여기 이 부분은 제목을 지우고 퀘스천을 이렇게 바꿔주면 그럼 이제 정상적으로 동작할 겁니다. 자 그리고 마지막으로 이렇게 변수를 처리를 여러 개 해놓으면 하시다 보면 변수의 값이 뭔지를 잘 모를 수 있어요. 어떤 값이 들어오는지 그게 어디 있냐면 이 변수를 클릭하셔가지고 여기 테스트를 눌러보면 자, 보세요. 처음에는 아무 값도 없죠. 변수가 이만큼 있는데 근데 제가 여기다가 질문을 하는 순간 얘가 실제 이 글로기 주범의 변수가 들어가는 걸 바로 확인할 수가 있어요. 이런 식으로 변수가 어떻게 나옵니다. 그리고 답변을 주면 그 답변은 앤서기 때문에 앤서에 들어오죠. 제가 메일로 전수 쓰겠습니다 그러면 예 아니면 어디 저장되냐면 여기 바1이라는 저장되잖아요. 그래서 이 변수가 지금은 정의되어 있지 않지만 얘를 누르면 이게 딱 들어오거든요. 이렇게. 그래서 나중에 하시면 디버깅을 할 때 변수 처리를 변수 클릭해서 테스트 누른 다음에 쭉 테스트 해보시면 스토리에 따라서 값이 어떻게 바뀌는지 확인할 수 있기 때문에 구현을 하실 수가 있습니다. 네, 오늘은 시간이 4분이네요. 네, 여기까지고요. 실제로 동작이 잘 됐으면 좋겠는데 마지막에 뭔가 선택을 잘 못합니다. 좀 양해 부탁드리고 실제로 똑같이 해보시면 잘 돌아가요. 네, 인사드리고 혹시 질문이 있으신가요? 없으신가요? 질문을 보통 잘 안 하시더라고요. 네, 솔직히처럼 그 투어 스튜디오가 예전에는 사실은 되게 좀 부족한 점도 있었고 물론 이제 그거를 커스터마이징 할 수 있는 기술은 정말 많이 제공했어요. 예전에도. 예전에는 요 정도 구현을 하려고 해도 막 이것저것 뭐 복잡하게 막 많이 써야 했는데 점점 더 제가 쉬워지는 걸 느꼈고 특히 M365 에이전트는 정말 이거 저기 해보고 예전에 그뭐 저기 뭐죠? 프로그램 만들고 할 때는 공도 잘 안 하고 만들기도 어렵고 잘 안 했어요 사실 생각보다. 근데 에이전트 방식으로 지금 MS가 컨셉을 보니까 굉장히 쓸만하게 같더라고요. 더 쉽게 사용자가. 그래서 굉장히 쉽게 이제 파일럿을 이용해서 실제로해서 여러분들이 원하시는 챗봇 쓸 수가 있고 그리고 이 챗봇을 이제 게시해가지고 저희가 팀에 배포하면 사용자들이 팀즈에 챗봇으로 표시가 되고 그걸 통해서 이런 작업들을 하실 수가 있습니다. 네. 그렇게 하실 수가 있기 때문에 편하게 사용하실 수 있을 것 같아요. 오늘은 여기까지 가지고요. 네, 혹시 따로 궁금하신 게 있으시면 말씀해 주시면 최대한 가는 범위에 답변을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.